Good morning, my sweet little baby ghouls. Anyway, did I get you, chats? Did I get you? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Yay, nay, who knows? Who knows? We'll never know. We'll never know. Ram's backside of axe into Impy's head. That's still a metal blunt force object. Depends on the goal.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Good Lord, that was really loud. Jesus. It also feels like this song's audio is all over the place right now. Was that bumping? No, it's too far away. Cock's butt stinger. It's okay, Erdane. I got this. Sure. Sure. Hi, heck, yes. What? What? Who? Huh? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? God, y'all are really making all the noisy ones today. All right, we'll wait here. Hold on. We'll just sit over. There's no tomatoes down here. Are y'all done? Are you done?
Yep, that's me. You're probably
you should know that doesn't work on the screen.
Situation.
Are you good? Everything all right? Are we good? Are we ready to start? Are we ready to start? I got it for free 99. Ooh, wait, how'd you get it for free 99? How'd you get Cyberpunk for free 99? That's a good deal if you got Cyberpunk for free 99, baby. Is it Epic? Is it free on Epic right now? That doesn't make any sense. Did somebody buy it for you? Wait, your birthday wasn't recently, was it? I know your family usually only gets you gifts on your birthday. PlayStation Plus, something I already need to pay for? Ah, gotcha. You made me want to go, ooh. What? Civilization 6 Platinum Edition is going to be free on the 17th on Epic Games. It includes the game, all 6 DLC packs, and 2 expansions. That's awesome. I don't think I even have all of that on my, let me see, on... Oh, wait, maybe I do. Maybe I do. I have Gathering Storm. I have Rise and Fall. I have not all of the Civilizations. But that's because for some fucking reason, they sold Civilizations all like separately. But it's okay. I have Nubia. It's fine. I got Nubia on Steam. Wheel of Punishment. Oh, son of a bitch, you guys. All right. So early. Remember, if you do also donate $10, we'll do another Wheel of Punishment. We'll do more Wheel of Punishments for every increment of $10. Oh, shit. That's a Cheebs moment. I'm not going to do a Cheebs moment. We're just going to respin this. I don't think the Cheebs moment was a good idea on the wheel because of swapping to Cheebs for 5 minutes also requires like an entire change of, okay, that's an AMA. You can ask me anything, I am. Ask me anything. But that reminds me, actually, I wanted to pitch y'all something. But I think we can wait. I was trying to see if there was anything interesting going on today because I actually slept right up until my fucking alarm today. Wait.
Uh-oh, I got that double Phantom Madness.
Oh, Jesus. So one of the things that I noticed that was trending on Twitter that I opened, wait, is that Gold Ship is trending for some reason. And it looks like it's, oh my God. Hold on. Okay. I'm sorry, I just found an art piece somebody did of Gold Ship playing with the Demon Core. So, you know, I have to show that off. So come on, Screen, you're coming back. Hi, Screen. I missed you. I missed you. I missed you. And then let me bring the source up. I can't risk scrolling through this trending section with it open because I wouldn't doubt if somebody's already drawn prawn of gold ship. Oh, you know, we saw that yesterday. That's probably not going to be here, especially because that was a different horse. Yeah, it's gold ship. It's gold ship doing gold ship things. Don't pitch too fast. I can't catch. Too bad. Think fast, chuckle nuts. Think fast, chuckle nuts. Allowed to draw prawn of the horse course under threat of the Japanese mafia. This is canon. Okay, well, I've seen prawn of the horse girls already, so you know, I think that's already failed. Takes the place of Armstrong in the clip. Oh yeah, I posted that. God, how long ago was it? Yesterday? I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. My God. I'm sorry, but there's also the fact that of the KFC commercial still. Oh no, yeah, gold ship Colonel. I think it's funny that they even added in the cane. She literally has the cane hanging from her arm, which is hilarious. But I'm trying to see. Somebody drew gold ship as a cuirassier? Isn't that like a French musketman? I think. I don't know. But oh right. Oh my God. Wait.
What is it?
A pipe bomb.
Somebody 3D animated that fucking comic already. They fucking ripped Gold Ship's model off. Yes, you can see. Yes, I will give you the screen. I will give you the screen for this one. Let's full screen it. Okay. Up. I think I can just turn it on. Oh, I'm still in the way. I'm sorry. I need to make a position for here at this point because I keep just having to walk myself over here. Silence, eagles.
Trainer! I got you a Valentine's Day gift.
What is it?
A pipe bomb. Trainer!
I think it's because, let me see here. It's down here. Nai the Yagi. I don't know who that is. And I don't want to click it because, that's the art. Dubbed by Rue Ryder. I was going to say, sometimes it's a bad idea to click on Twitter voice actors pages because then you'll find out that most of the stuff that they voiced on Twitter is prawn. Garlic go round. Where's my garlic? I need my garlic. So massive blast of radiation? Correct. But I got you a gift? Ordain, what is it? What gift did you get me? It is almost my birthday. She's such a fucking goober. I think the funniest thing is yes, she's a goofy fucking goober. She kicks her trainer in the face when she wins, but it's so funny to see people take it to the extremes right now. It's so fucking funny, dude. Pipe bomb, the demon core picture. I'm gonna go back and save that demon. Actually, I can save it off the Discord that I posted it to. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna make sure I save this shit. Go ship. Demon core. All right. Scientists involved with testing use screwdriver too. Oops, slipped. True. True. And they also like fucking propped it up using those screwdrivers, which is hilarious. I ate a spicy chicken sandwich that I had to sign a waiver for. I won another one. Was it the Reaper one? Did you go to Dave's? Did you go to Dave's? Oh, I'm glad I took it off the screen. 3 more scrolls and it was porn. Oh God, somebody drew Narissa from Hololive with Gold Ship. Oh no. What's that one skateboarding game where you like grind and like do moves all over the city? What was that game called? Tony Hawk's? No. This was it tries to be cyberpunk. I think the main character has like lost his head and he has like a robot head. Yeah, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Somebody ripped Gold Ship's model and put it into the game. That's fucking awesome. No, not Jet Set. Not Jet Set in this one. No, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. That's what it is. Oh, and then somebody made a version of a fucking Gold Ship's winning screen, but instead of kicking the trainer in the face, she just shoots him with a gun. Oh my God. Again, people keep making these posts though about like apparently Gold Ship will like restrict the training that you can do and stuff. I've literally never had that option and I beat her campaign yesterday. Never once have I had her restrict training or like give up on a race. That is an outfit. Wait, which outfit? Is what inspired Bomb Rush? Oh, I'm sure. I wouldn't doubt it. But no, it was Bomb Rush that they put her in. I was just watching the little video of it. But yeah. Oh, hi, Coco. Okay, hold on a second, chat. Coco wants to go out, so I'm gonna let her out. Come on, Schmelly. Okie dokie. It's my baby. She likes to come in here. I left the door open because I went to go see what was going on in the house this morning. And she followed me in. Also, hold on a second. Why is ContraPoints trending? Why the hell is ContraPoints trending? ContraPoints posted her... Oh boy! Full take on Israel to Reddit. Oh, I'm sure this will be nuanced and full of understanding. Okay, yeah, this immediately starts out exactly like it sounds ContraPoints would say. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in a bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No! Megan and Gold Ship have an understanding. Both don't give a shit. We vibe at a spiritual level together. Okay, it's just because it looks like she's basically just saying why she hasn't made a video. But she's also like stating her stance on it. Okay. I don't want to read this out loud because it's a lot of just political lingo starting with. Okay. She basically, it seems like it kind of comes down to a lot of like, she wouldn't be able to give it the... Basically, she would be too harsh on it, if that's the way to put it. She would probably put too much energy, too much anger and such into it, that it would boil down and almost certainly end up being taken the wrong way. It's like the thing, when ContraPoints makes a video and one of her videos does, in air quotes, really well, it makes headlines on some websites. Funny number, go Bert, our power grows. Thank you, fake nudes, for the 70 stream streak. Jesus. Why people should consume more capsaicin? Healthcare PSA. Everybody should enjoy more capsaicin, even if it is a poison. But nah, she made a pretty... This is a long post. Although it bothers me because she used center spacing for it. Hi, Void. Your birthday present, your actual birthday, or when it's the day to stream or celebrate it? Actual birthday probably works best. Actual birthday would probably be best, which is the 22nd. Because there's no telling when the birthday celebration will actually happen. It'll be whenever we move, and then we'll do like the long stream, and that'll basically be like the birthday celebration. Alcohol is poison but tasty. Also true. Where the ghost at? Hi, Seppa. We'll get to the ghost in a little bit. We're gonna get to the ghost later. I promise. We got it. We're doing our little bit of yapping beforehand. A little bit of yapping. But I wanted to finish reading this really quick. Okay. Yeah, it also comes down reading like through the last part of this. Okay, I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video on it. That's pretty much what it boils down to. It is too much. It is not something that she can, in all honesty, turn into a entertainment piece. But... Huh? Wait, what? Oh, wait, there was a point. Where's one I scanned over that I apparently did not. Trying to say. Ah, that's why they're mad. That's why they're mad, because the part 2 that's in here. Oh, she both sides the idea of Zionism. Oh no. Oh no. Volcanium, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, that's... Okay, it was like a tiny paragraph in part 2 misery. Yeah, I don't want to go into that part. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to look at ContraPoint's trending thing anymore. True. This ContraPoints. ContraPoints is one of the largest like political YouTubers, or I think they call themselves bread tubers. I think I'm pretty sure that's the right category. But oh, good Lord. Who? If you've ever seen ContraPoints, I don't recommend going and picking her stuff up. If you've never heard of her, if you never stumbled into her and already knew who she was, then you might as well not get into her stuff. Oh yeah, well that's not the point that she's making, and I'm not going to discuss the point that she's making. If you want to find it, you can go find the trending page and read her statement. But wait, what is this? Trying to see if there's anything else that's interesting going on right now. I don't give a shit about hashtag Epstein client list, because I promise you it's just going to be a bunch of shitheads pointing fingers. James Carter Cathcart, Pokemon voice actor dies? Oh, it's Gary Oak! Oh, wait, no, it's the same. He voiced Gary, James Meowth, and Professor Oak. Oh. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Wow. And oh my God, it's the camera kid. Shit, I don't remember his name. Damn it. What was that camera kid's name from one of the earlier series? Oh, throat cancer. Wait. Oh, no. That's a voice actor. Terry? James Carter Cathcart. James Carter Cathcart. Damn. Voice actor gets throat cancer, dude. Super angry at the new voice actor after he got replaced. I honestly don't know. I mean, it also depends on like why he got replaced. But the annoying thing too, though, is in a lot of long-running series, voice actors get replaced at some point. Generally because like the producers or whatever get frustrated with them. Or they just decide that they want to take it in a different direction. Another voice actor realizing that her buddy was the voice actor of James from Pokemon 1 hour ago. Can you imagine that realization? Wait, you voiced my favorite character from my favorite childhood show? What the fuck? My voice actor? Yeah, they'll be replacing mine 3 months from now. 3 months from now, I think is the plan. Something like that. Something like that. But yeah, I'm looking to see if there's anything else. Elf. Oh, that did not take me to the twinding page. Not the twinding page. All right. Uh-oh. Universal Studios introduces Terrifier Haunted House for Halloween Horror Nights 2025. Terrifier? Art the Clown. Art the Clown. Art the Clown. Much more Nordic accented. I don't know. Can Faye or Sai even... Faye! Can't believe they're... Da-da-da-da. He also... Yeah, Vector the Crocodile and Shadow and Sonic X are fiercely competitive. Original VA was placed years ago. This isn't even the OG. Correct. Correct. You can go back and listen to some of the clips. That is a different voice actor. Completely different person. Completely different person. They're dead now. They're dead. They've been replaced. Viking Baron to Odin to Valhalla. Oh no. But it looks like all they've done is announce that Terrifier is going to be like the main thing this year. Yeah, it's just pictures. It's pictures in a trailer. But the trailer doesn't even have anything. It's like just kind of 3D animation. Ish. I will be voicing You Fucking Wish, Shock. It's a Terrifier Christmas. But, well, that'll be interesting. That'll certainly be interesting. Because who remembers the year that we watched, what was it? It wasn't this last year, was it? Or was it the year before? When Halloween Horror Nights was, what's her name? Megan, or Mithrigan, as Grim likes to call her. Yes, Mithrigan. But it's fucking July. Are they really announcing all of this in July, dude? Crazy. Give me the Ice Nine Kills music video scene. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's like nothing else to this. I have way too many pages open. Why do I have so many pages open? Hey, yo, is that Danny Phantom? Is that Danny Phantom? He was just 14. Is July a bad time for this sort of thing? Nah, it's weird, I think, to announce it like so far back. Oh, also the new season of Panty and Stocking came out. That's why I keep seeing this video of giant Panty. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I've never seen this scene before. Oh. Huh. Kaiju battle. Okay, I'm looking to see if there's Why is that robot that looks like it's supposed to be making pizza dough humping the table instead? Just gonna scroll right on past that. Yeah, that's fine. We're just gonna... Oh my fucking god. Okay, hold on. Finally, panty and stocking. Okay. Gonna make Marin that big? Oh wait, I already do? Correct. Correct, baby. But... What does this mean? I'm confused. Are these... Oh, okay, okay. This is people just saying that they're going to protect Rice Shower. Okay, I gotcha. They turned off Grok chat, but is still generating text and images. Wait. Wait. Well, it generated an image, but it didn't put any text. That's so creepy. That's so creepy. I don't like that. I don't like that. Take it away. Take it away. Nope, that never happened. Doom scrolls past. Maybe. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But I'm still not really... That's ContraPoints again. But I'm not really finding much of anything of interest. Wait. Okay. Wait, what is this? It's rumored that Dower Scarlet's owner demanded Cygames to make Dower Scarlet's chest bigger than Vodka's, or else he wouldn't give the rights to Cygames to use the horse. He also wanted to make sure that she had a design that was more popular than Vodka's in general. Too fucking bad. Vodka's cooler. Eat my ass. Vodka's cooler than Dawa. I have both of them. Guess which one is potential level 3 and guess which one's potential level 1. Based. Not based. Oh my god. Oh my god, how could you do this? How could you do this? I wonder, I'm now curious. I'm now very curious how many of the designs of the horses were influenced by their fucking ranchers. Now there's people just posting pictures of Dawa Scarlet from different angles from the anime where they just look gigantic. Oh, good fucking lord. All right. All right. I get Hans Hustle. Gotta love the Hans Hustle, baby. What's not to love about the Hans Hustle? Hey, yo, Puerto Ricans are trending. Please be positive. Please be positive. Please be positive. Also, wait a second. Did I miss I Am's Ask Me Anything? I totally did. I totally did. I Am, are you still here? I don't even know if I Am asked a question. I just looked up and saw the Wheel of Punishment tab still open. Ah, shit. I need to hear the story for Gold Ship if there is one. Which one? What kind of story? Like how her design came to being? I mean, we could probably check. Let's see. Gold Ship. Gold Ship, Uma Musume Wiki. Maybe Trivia will have something? She has her own YouTube channel called PakaTube. Wait. Damn it, no, this is Uma Musume official. I've been lied to. I've been fucking lied to. It just links to the Uma Musume official Japanese channel. She seems to like hot mustard. She always seems to be trying to solve Rubik's Cubes during times she isn't racing. She never states what year she's in, and it's impossible to tell. Most of her in-game lines are ad-libbed. Thank you for the self-care, Snowwolf. Yeah, I hope they make I hope people make appointments. Mentioned go on a trip to bug catching and then make a quick trip to the Philippines. A line made more obvious with the global release of the game. This has resulted in her popularity of her and perhaps the franchise expanding in the said country. The Philippines is also a country with a notable horse racing culture, with a horse racetrack formerly existing in the heart of Metro Manila. It has since been relocated outside of the capital. Okay. Just trying to see. Can I like put in the word design? No. Darn. I kind of wanted to know what influenced her design too, but you know, as you do, I guess. But wait a second. I forgot I still had, what is this? Blue Sky, that's the name of this website. Who did Dropkick this time? It's always the same one. It's, oh God, what's her name? Fuck, I don't remember her name because the horse technically isn't in the game yet. I don't know if she will be in the future. But I can't remember her name. Was so healthy after his career and implied that Gold Ship never gave his best. Correct. Correct. That's the point. If you ever see any of the like quotes from the jockey that used to run Gold Ship, he would always say he would try to not use the crop because if you pissed off Gold Ship, he wouldn't race. He would just hang out in the back. That's also why Gold Ship is an end closer. Is an end closer because he wouldn't decide if he was racing until partway into the race. And when he did decide, he would go from the back all the way to the front. Is Twitter with PvP disabled? Kind of? Ish? Ish? Some parts of Blue Sky are really weird at times. All right, hold up. What the fuck? What? Just in, federal agents in unmarked vehicles swarm Puerto Rican museum in Chicago. No warrant, no ideas, and a whole lot of confusion. Plainclothes men claiming to be the DHS entered the National Museum of Puerto Rican Arts and Culture without showing badges or a warrant. Staff say they look like local cops at best, and he realized no one was saying who sent them or why they were there. DHS insists it wasn't about immigration, but a narcotics briefing. Yeah, the Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. Huh? Okay, there's a technicality here though. And it's stupid, and it's only because I know it that I'm going to say it. There's people sitting here saying that Puerto Ricans are American citizens. Unfortunately, that is not true. Because it's a U.S. territory, it's colony. It's basically the same thing. Think of it, if you want to think of it in a way, think of it as a lesser state. They're technically U.S. nationals. It's I know in like Guam and stuff. I don't know for sure about Puerto Rico. I know like Guam and the other territories. Yeah, they usually hold mock elections. Fun fact: many of the U.S. territories hold mock elections, and they have the largest percentage turnout of all of the U.S. land. They're U.S. citizens now, are they? Are they? Do they no longer have the U.S. national designation? Nationals. Okay, they are U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico. Okay. Thank you for correcting me. No. They are citizens. Is U.S. national still a thing in other territories? Territories. That still just says Puerto Rico. That is not telling me. Citizenship status territories. Okay. American Samoa, unincorporated, unorganized territory. Those are nationals. Guam. Born in Guam are citizens. Okay. Northern Mariana Islands, Commonwealth of the United States. Where is it? Cannot vote in federal elections, but can vote in local elections and elections for delegates. Okay, but this section doesn't say if they count as citizens or... Okay, there it is. Citizens of the United States as well. Puerto Rico, we know that one. U.S. Virgin Islands. Unincorporated again. Individuals born in the U.S. Virgin Islands are considered citizens. Wait, so is it only American Samoa? What? I may have an idea why, but at the same time, that makes so little sense. Is it because it's so far away? The 51st state that probably never will be? It fucking should be. It fucking should be. I did a thing. What did you do, Annie? What did you do? Louisiana is a parish? Yeah, their counties are called parishes. Like it's a fucking church. Yeah, the counties in Louisiana are called parishes, if y'all didn't know that. By its own definition of Commonwealth. So it's like Massachusetts and stuff. It's less of that they're commonwealths in practice, and more like that's the old name that they had before they became a state. There's a lot of the New England states and territories that were previously like Commonwealth of, because England, they were commonwealths of the English. Pretty much. But yeah, that seems to be why Puerto Ricans are trending. I knew why did I think they were nationals? I guess it's just because of the Samoa thing, American Samoa. I could have swore Guam was too, because I could have swore I remember seeing passports from Guam. And they actually say on the inside that's like, this person is not a U.S. citizen. They are a U.S. national. It's like, okay. Why, Dion? Oh, here we go, chat.
I cast. I'm very proud of you. Counterspell. I think you're awesome. Thanks, man. I got you, bro.
Okay. We didn't throw that goddamn tea in the harbor just to keep English names. Tell that to the chuds that constantly scream, it's America, we speak English here. Oh, good Lord. I'm trying to... That's a butt. I'm older than Camilla? There's no fucking way. How the fuck am I older than Camilla? That feels illegal. To be fair, most of the time I hear incels saying that they say, we speak American. Ugh. I'd throw myself off a building if I heard that. I suppose. Hands me to Kane. This is America. We speak freedom, of which we're ranked 26th. Yeah, 26 in freedoms. The country that prides itself in freedom, hard air quotes, No, not Camilla. No, not that Camilla. My friend Camilla Bombets, KB. Today's her birthday. Wait, 30? But I just turned 21 today. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, today's KB's birthday. And I'm only just now finding out that I am in fact older than her. Fuck, dude. That's not allowed. There's no... Oh, what the fuck? No, don't click that post. But... yeah, I can't... Oh, that's Zungi screaming. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really finding much of anything. Did somebody animefy Hassan Abi? What? I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't like the way they drew that beard either. Not scrolling. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Is it AI? No, it's not. It's actually drawn. It's actually drawn. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give up on this stuff because I'm not, again, not really finding... Man, where are your pants? Where are your pants? But... Okay, let me see really quick. I can't keep looking at Goldship. I still have the Goldship tab open. Okay, that is demented. That is a demented looking fucking Goldship. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Flashbang. Anyway, honey, where are my pants? Where are my pants? Anywhoozits. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't like this. Per my linguistics teacher, no one actually speaks proper English. True. Because they don't teach that shit anymore. I was gonna say, do we want to go back to, quote, proper English? I don't think we want to start using okay, I don't like Centaur Goldship. I really don't like Centaur Goldship. Don't like. Picture of Goldship looking away from his trainer right after the $12 billion yen incident. No, Ordain. No, you can't. Yes, you can. All right, hold on. Hold on. While I'm here, I'll make it visible. There's the Goldship. I'm gonna record really quick where is it? This position. Let's see. Is this about here? There we go. There we go. Name it screen position. Hotkey action. Move model. Record position. Okay. And then I should theoretically... Streams in abject horror. Okay, hold on. It's Stream Deck. Copy. Paste. Screen. Screen position. Okay. Sorry, I'm scratching the back of my neck. Ugh. Okay. This shirt has like a weird tag on it and it keeps flapping and it makes my neck itch. Okay. Let me do desk. Back to desk. There we go. Is she faster than a car? That's a good question. I mean, that's That's kind of a joke art piece. So, you know, right now in case Switch Mobile Hect up, the streak is 200. Ooh, Hectic. How are you doing, Hectic? How was your stream? What trouble did you get into? Are you ready for tomorrow? I need to spend some time tonight making up some more rotes. I need to come up with some more rotes. Yay, rotes! Tyranny? What is tyranny? Hectic, are you trying to become a king or something? A tyrant, if you will? Pretty sure I'm good to go. Pretty sure? All right, I'll go talk to the other girls. We'll find some way to trip you up. We can always find some way to trip you up. In the anime, they sprint around 40 miles an hour, apparently. Ah, that makes sense. I mean, technically, they are supposed to be, like, running at the speed of horses. Y'all mind if a horse girl speak a little autism tonight? God damn it. I'm sorry. Every time I see pictures of the actual gold ship or little videos of him, it's always him doing the dumbest shit. That's a penis. That's a pigeon. Good Lord! I can't even show y'all this one. That's apparently the swimsuit gold ship skin that hasn't come out global. But you can imagine what Twitter artists decided to do with that particular skin. Don't tell MasterCard or Visa. Average gold ship behavior. Flips. Oh, that's a horse cock. Moving on. Moving on. Okay, I think that's everything else just seems to be things that I've seen already. What the fuck is going on with her hands? Okay, then. That's a penis pigeon? No, there's separate pieces, separate pieces. Are you like, no, I'm not. I am not Hollow. It's gold ship trending on Twitter. Now, most of it is goofy and shenanigans, but of course, porn artists gonna do their things. That's penis. That's a pigeon. Yeah, somebody drew gold ship as a pigeon. Somebody drew gold ship as a pigeon, so it was just like a pigeon with gold ship's hair for some reason. Are there horse boys or just horse girls? Just horse girls, to my knowledge. Because even the horse girls in the show, based on their hair decoration, will tell you what the actual horse was. I don't remember which is which, but depending on which ear their decoration is on, will tell you what sex the horse was. It's either left or right ear, but I don't remember which is which, so I'm just not going to say. The horse gotcha got you. Well, welcome to the club, baby. Welcome to the club. I actually finally beat Gold Ship's campaign yesterday and got her through the URA finals. But I'm trying to find... Oh, RG3. Hold on. I have that feeling like I have to burp and it kind of hurts. Yes, Gold Ship is a male horse. That's what I was saying. Ordain. That's what I was saying. Gold Ship is a male horse. Trainers turning into jockeys after the championship? What? Okay, maybe some water will help. Release the Belch Queen? Nuts. Like it wasn't coming. It just wasn't happening. All right, what is this? Sabalinka? Taking their turns on Sabalinka? Is this a drug? No, this is a person. Oh, okay, this is a person at Wimbledon. Sabalenka is a fantastic player, but the way she screams every time she hits the ball is very jarring. I literally just said out loud, stop fucking screaming. Is she... Oh, okay. She lost to an American. That's what this is. That's why this is showing off. Because whoever this, what's her name? Where's her first name? Where's her first name? I just saw it. Arina Sabalenka, the world's #1 women's tennis player, was knocked out by an American player. Okay then. Okay then. All right. I think that's enough of that. I think that's enough of that. But again, I don't think we have any. After that, that's like all the news that I've seen. I have heard nothing. I did not gym. Today was a no gym day, so I don't have anything to talk about that I saw on like the television or anything. And everything. BGB burn. Finances. Fart coin. What the fuck is fart coin? Okay, this just looks like a hashtag that like a bunch of people are using under a bunch of random shit. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's just like it's one of those fucking tags that people will be like, "Hey guys, this is what's trending today. Let's use it to get attention, regardless of whatever the fuck we're doing." Like. There's this one dude here, hashtag daytime Emmys, hashtag BGB burn, hashtag the view, hashtag Thursday vibes, hashtag India. Okay. Marin coin 50% off? No, we're 50% down. I'm losing money. Oh no. Oh no. Crony coin. God, I hope not. I fucking hope not. But... oh God, there's literally a video down here. Funny I mentioned I wasn't able to tell. And it's fucking... a video immediately comes up on YouTube. How to tell the sexes of the horses in Uma Musume. My Malin coin is losing value. Invest now. Invest now. But chat, I was going to ask you, do I need to add another goal right here, right now? If we hit the 2,000 goal on the big stream, I will do an ASMR stream. It won't be good. It won't be good, but I'll do it. I will do another ASMR stream for you. Is that a no, Sunstar? Is that a no? Oh, this is Shane talking about, what is it? Ready or Not being censored for its console release. It's time we stop building these horrible places. The Karen Fortress? What the fuck is the Karen Fortress? Nightmare. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. Your parent takes you fishing and teaches you marine biology ASMR. Ooh. We may be able to do that. I wonder if I could find like fishing ambiance or something. Is there such a thing as good ASMR? No, I hate ASMR. It's at least like what ASMR has become. Yeah, apparently for their console release, they have to censor like the nudity. Some of the like if you played the drug house map, there's a child in there that's convulsing because they injected her before they ran because she's having an overdose. They've apparently changed that and now she's just asleep. I'm trying to think of some of the other things. They're very minor. They're very minor in scope. It's still not changing. Oh, what's his name from the like Ruby Ridge mission? He's no longer naked. He used to be naked from like the waist down. But at the same time, though, with the release, they're also releasing a bunch of new maps and stuff. So, I mean, Like, I don't think it matters the whole lot. Marita, ocean sounds for you to use on God. Are you a fan of Warhammer Fantasy? If so, what's your favorite faction? I like the Harlequins. I like I'm trying to remember the space dwarf. Is it Badoon or something? 40. I put 49, 40k. Badoon. Space dwarfs. Space dwarfs. No, not the squants. Votan, that's it. The Votan. Right? Votan. Yeah, I like the Votan. Votan, of course, they like the Sisters of Battle. Slaaneshi's are kind of cool, but some of them are just like way too over the top in terms of their like general appearances. Yeah. League of Votan! Plus, I like that they actually have like cool sci-fi stuff as opposed to just always being like purposely stifled. CrimeCon 2022, what the fuck? CrimeCon? Finally, a convention for me to commit crimes. What about World Eaters? I don't give a shit about the World Eaters. I don't give a shit about the Space Marines. I really don't. I really don't give a shit about the Space Marines. But I'm trying to get words on stream. Actually, we'll do fishing today. Today is going to be a fishing day. So we'll pop up the fishing game whenever the ad break starts. Necron's best faction. They're green and doesn't afraid of anything and isn't afraid of anything. Votan, we totally don't have AI. That guy, not a robot. That's my cousin. Correct. They only keep it from the Imperium of Man, but like their leaders are technically like AI cores. And when they die, they get uploaded to the AI cores. About swatting people? No. You are a SWAT team. You're not. Well, I mean, I guess, but the way you say swatting people makes it sound like it's the not true thing. See why people are pissed. The changes doesn't really matter, but the kind of people who want to pretend to be hardcore cops would probably want it to be a fucked up world. The thing is, this doesn't change the story. It changes nothing. You are still going to find the women that are being trafficked inside the shipping container on the spider map. You are still going to find CSAM. You are still going to have the Valley of Dolls mission, which is 100% fucked. A streamer's apartment? Correct. Do you know what you find in that streamer's apartment? It is true that it was a prank, that you were sent there unintentionally. Do you remember the things that you find on that map? You find 1, an illegal Bitcoin mining operation manned by gang members who immediately open fire on you when you arrive. You then come to the apartment of the streamer and you find out that 1, that's his Bitcoin farm, and 2, he has CSAM and has been selling it, and he has it on his, what was it, Mindjot server. That's it. That's why we go to the Mindjot servers afterwards. Excuse me? Yeah. Y'all not know that mission? Yeah, he's a popular streamer and a furry. You find that out when you get to his apartment too. And the award thing that you get for finishing that mission is an anime doll that when you check it in the evidence office, it says has suspicious amount of human DNA on it. Make sure you wear gloves. All right. Screen time nerds. Oh, I hit reset. My glasses. My glasses. I need my glasses back. All right. Feemsh. Okay, there's the Feemsh game. Whoa, pause. What, Overlord? That sounds messed up. The game is messed up, and that's the point. That's the point. Ready or Not is one of the best realistic trying to think of the word. Best realistic like cop sim I think there is generally in the horrors that like cops deal with. If anybody doesn't know, Ready or Not, you play as a SWAT team. But the thing is, for a good portion of it, you are basically following the trail of what goes from being like CSAM to ding donk, ding donk. What are you ding donking? Oh. Oh, that's over. Oh. Oh. That was the commercial break. Oh. Okay. We'll go back over here. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me. I'll cry. God damn it. I can't fucking read. I yapped through the entire thing. Yeah. I totally fucking missed it. What the fuck? I see. Weird. Okay. I mean, chat, if you want to understand what this game is like, I mean, I could find a video on that particular map with the streamer. I do follow 2 different people that at least, like, every time there's new stuff, they make pretty good videos on it. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure I'm subbed to them. If not, I've watched them enough that they always just show up on my front thing. Like, one of them is Shane, Please Shut Up. And then there was another one that's somebody else that I can't find now. And why the fuck am I subbed to this person? I'm not. Why are you showing up in the subscription drop-downs? Oh, never mind, I am. Okay, it was just weird. That was like subscription plus. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Oh no, I didn't want to go to subscriptions page. I want to go to homepage. Change the sub stuff, recommended stuff will show up. Yeah, you have to click the bell now to like unsub from things. Which is weird. Really fucking weird. But, all right, chat, it's time to find the paranormal twinks. Paranormal twins. Let's see what we have. Ow, my ears. Latest. We almost died in the Superstition Mountains. What the fuck are the Superstition Mountains? Demonic Manor? God, all of their videos now have... Okay, so hold on, let me see. Parentheses, very scary. Parentheses, very scary. Parentheses, very scary. Parentheses, we had to quit. Parentheses, surviving 48 hours. Parentheses, why we believe. Parentheses, we quit. Parentheses, we quit. Parentheses, the night we quit. Jesus. Wait, what? No, Bazant, this is Paranormal Twinks. Paranormal Twins, if you will. Paranormal Twins, if you will. Oh, also, I just realized I hit reset and the my little eyes went away. There we go. Way to make a channel about quitting a job. No, this is them like... I'm almost 100% sure it's fucking clickbait. But... Okay, so let me see here. Tonight a demon possessed me. Okay, we're not watching that one. There's also one here where they completely forgot to take out the fucking green screen from the thumbnail. So the window is just green and there's a shadow man standing in it. All right, Demonic Manor. For some reason, there's a ventriloquist doll in their newest video from 10 days ago. Superstition Mountains. Ooh, do we dare? Do we dare? Do we dare? Do we dare go see what the Superstition Mountains? That's 2 hours. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Hi, Drazzle. Welcome in. How are you doing? Twink left or right? Oh, you're thinking of Twix. You're thinking of Twix. It's left Twix. Everybody knows left Twix. Left Twix is best Twix. All right. Scream time. Okie dokie. Fuck it. Turn 1 charge. Wait, what? Turn 1 charge? Turn 1 charge? Right Twix or die, left Twix all the way, baby. Down the middle Twix bars at best. You just eat the inner halves of each of them and then slam the outer halves together and throw it away. Last time I had a Twix, I ate it the psycho mode. How do you do, what is psycho mode eating a Twix bar? You're talking about this, right? You're not thinking of a Kit Kat bar? Right? Are you thinking of a Kit Kat bar? Twix wrapper or bust? Y'all are insane. Y'all are insane. This is a Kit Kat bar. This is a Twix bar. Yay, Twix bars! And then other people making their like own versions of it. I was gonna say, I was thinking, I think you're thinking of a Kit Kat. Because I can only imagine what the psycho way of eating a... Actually, they have captions at the beginning, so I'm not going to turn those on. What flavor of Twix, though? Original? Peanut butter, actually. I think they had a peanut butter one a long time ago, right? I couldn't tell you, though, the last time I had a candy bar. I'm trying to think of when the last time I had a candy bar was. You don't break it, you just bite it like a chocolate bar. Did anyone have a Hershey bar? Why do you say it like that? Why do you say it like that? Elaborate. Y'all are making me hungry? Okay, I'm a little hungry too. We got pizza last night. The whole house did. So there's leftover pizza that I kind of want to go nibble on. Which bar are you talking about? Hollow, what bar? Like cookies and cream? These were always so weird to me. I liked these. But then as I've grown up, they kind of deter me now because it what the fuck? Huh? Ooh. I don't like that. Scavenge for food and see if I'm starving until dinner. No. All right, chance. Are we ready? Are we ready for twink time? Wait, what the fuck is that thumbnail? Who are you? You terrify me. Go away. Also, ayo, Fort Hood. Ah, yes. Fort Hood, a great place to die. The world's largest military installation. And the perfect place to get away with murder. The drunk itself thought it would be a good idea to add Hershey's to liqueur. Don't they make that? Hold on. Or maybe I'm thinking of like Bailey's. God damn it, youngling. I should have fucking known you made a chocolate stout. No, sorry, it's a porter. Huh. Hold on. Hershey. Bailey's. Nope, I was wrong. For some reason, I thought that there was one. I know they have chocolate, but it doesn't look like they partnered with liqueur.
Did you just hear that? Do not stay any longer than you're supposed to.
That is so loud. That is so loud.
Why? Watch out, move. I don't want to get hurt, man.
The search continues for
No more
three
music.
men lost to the Superstition Mountains. They'll be lucky to get out alive.
I don't know how.
What the fuck is the Superstition Mountains?
There's nobody there.
He's very, very heavy and he's not letting go, so we need to go.
All I know is I looked up and I saw this huge dark shape.
You can't make this up. Who is watching us?
You can't make this up. Wanna see me? Wanna see me? I'm pretty sure I've heard of them too. It just always feels like where have I heard them?
Just east of Phoenix, Arizona lies one of the most mysterious and dangerous places in the
Hey, yo,
American Southwest.
South of Phoenix?
Over the
I know,
years,
I have
more
family
than
that live in
600
Phoenix.
people
Hey
have reportedly
guys.
gone missing, many vanishing without a trace. Some believe it's
Superstition
the land
Mountain time?
itself that
Superstition
takes
Mountain time?
tied to ancient Native American legends and cursed gold. The area is said to be
To a bottle
haunted
of,
by
you put the whole bar in there?
phantom miners, shadow figures, and skinwalkers. Shape-shifting entities with Navajo lore. There are even stories of portals.
Yeah, hold on, they don't have their captions. So there we go. There's our captions.
Lost Dutchman's gold mine. So for the next
The what? The Lost Dutchman's gold mine. Okay, are y'all not gonna explain that one?
48 hours, we are going deep into the heart of the Superstition Mountains.
Okay.
And we're going to find out what are the truths behind this eerie area.
Oh my god, he cut his hair. Oh my god, he cut his hair off. No! No! I still can't tell them apart. I don't know which one's which.
We're Twin Paranormal, and welcome
Twin
to another
Paranormal, yes.
episode of the series. Just outside of Phoenix, Arizona, there is a mountain
I think I've told you all this before. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to meet them at some point. Oh shit. I unplugged my headphones. I was adjusting myself. I was getting my legs up in the chair, and I accidentally pulled my headphone out. Can we make this a drinking game? I do have a bottle of gin. Somebody drank my last bottle of gin, so they bought me a replacement, but they got me shittier gin. They got me Bombay.
Some say this place is cursed.
I usually get Beefeater, which is like better for mixing.
But every time somebody tries to
Drink when they say Skinwalker, drink when they...
This isn't just a legend anymore. It is real. So for the next 48 hours, we are going to risk
You have red wine?
This entire area was once
I have a lot of juices. I could go make something. Do we want to do that? Is this drinking game time? Is this drinking game time, chat? I will give you fishing while I go make a drink. Yes, yes. All right, let's do this. We're gonna do this. Fishing game. Okay, chat. I will be back in a minute. Don't burn anything down. I'll make sure to give you the music. Good luck, kids. Stop burning down my prize corner. All right. Hold on a second, you guys. Also, fun fact, this drinking game is brought to you by VT Horizon. If you want to get yourself a drinking glass that has my face or other parts of the Dark Carnival on it, you can check it out at exclamation mark part merch. I'm using my little highball glass. Also, because I'm a little smarter than the average turnip, And I haven't eaten today. I went ahead and I actually stole a couple of slices of the leftover pizza and I reheated them while I was making this drink. Why, was there a gas can as a prize then? Some people need cool gas cans. But yeah, I recommend checking out that VT Horizons link if you want to see what kind of glassware and stuff we have. I also have whiskey glass. I actually leave the whiskey glass on my desk because I don't have any whiskey right now. All right. The tumblers, I also have my bottle here. This one's actually the signed one. I have my own autograph on it. It's my favorite because I went from having like a mint green water bottle. I just realized exactly. I forgot. I have the cup holder too. I have the stone cup holder on my desk and that's what I put the water bottle on. I have the whiskey glass here that doesn't really get used right now, but it's here on my desk. And now I have the highball glass full of gin and OJ. All right. One drink because they mentioned the Skinwalker. All right, guys. We need to make the rules. What are our rules? Hold on. I'm going to move this. And hope to God I don't knock it over. Okay. Put you away. We need to come up with these rules. I'm going to make it a pin. So we're going to do pin. Paranormal twink. Drinking game. Drink per fake out. Define fake out. Define fake out. Okay, so first one for sure. One, mention Swalker. Two, no, any mention of supernatural is going to kill any person alive because these guys do believe in the supernatural. So as they do this, they're going to go up and they're probably going to start doing their investigations. Huzzah, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, we can do that. We can do the fake outs. Fake out, i.e., did you hear that? Nothing. Three. Okay, what's another thing we could do? EVP. We could do made up science. Made up science. 4. Do we want any more? Do we want more than 3 rules? Actually, I'm curious. What happens if I look up ghost hunting drinking game? Ghost Adventures drinking game. What do we got? 2 drinks in the intro, a drink each. No. Okay, 1 drink for raw, another for extreme, so we're starting off a pretty good foot. No, okay, this is too specific. Here's Drink Wiki. Every time someone says dude, every time someone says, did you hear that? Every time there's a replay or enhanced audio, every time there's a spirit box, every time they switch to night vision, every time Zach asks, do you believe this place is haunted? Every time someone mentions hell. Oh my God, we should do the hell one. Okay, we're taking that one. Every time someone mentions hell. 5, every time someone mentions made up native legends. Almost a year, boss? Hell yeah, Raph. Thank you. Almost a year. Almost a year, 19 months. 19 months. I was going to find out what fish I had. What's wrong? Okay. Orb, apparition spotted. Trigger object. Scratches. Oh, okay. We can do that. Someone gets scratches. Do we do one where it's finish the drink if someone gets possessed? Is that gonna be one? Finish your drink if someone gets possessed. We can hash this out later. I think this will be fun sometime in the future. Holly cow? Holly cow. Anyway, pizza. Ah. Or even if they get pushed. Howdy, Gundam. All right. All right, guys. Do we want to leave it at that? Do we want to make those the rules for now? Let me see. Can I actually turn these into levels? Can I do like shift enter? It looks like I can shift enter, but I don't think it's actually going to like keep the formats that I put it in. Okay. We good? We good? We good? All right. Pin that. Yeah, it doesn't keep the formats. Darn it. Darn it. Okay. So y'all are gonna have to remind me in case I miss any of these. Okay, I'm eating a cup of craft and drinking a huge ass bottle of water. Hell yeah. All right, let's do this.
Called the Apache. They would speak of a powerful being known as the Thunder in the center of the Superstition Mountain Range. This it?
Did we already get made up native legends? Did we already get made up native legends? Do I drink? Ugh. All right. I hate Bombay. I hate Bombay, dude.
Storms, lightning, and even the balance between life and death itself.
This was the literal portal to hell.
God damn it!
Was
There's hell.
Under surveillance of a thunder god. Anyone who trespassed or dared disturb that sacred mountain,
okay,
this god that guarded the portal to hell would literally choose your fate.
Many of their tribal
Does that count as a second hell mention?
Lights in the sky, deafening crashes of thunder that would
Does that count as a second hell mention?
Clear nights, and countless people who have entered the mountain only to vanish without a trace. Many of them believe
I made this wrong.
Angering the thunder god or disturbing whatever it was that slept.
It's not Sapphire. It's not Sapphire. No. It's Bombay Dry Gin, London Dry.
The legends turned even darker. Stories began to
Hell
spread
mention?
about a
Hell
lost
mention?
gold mine hidden within these mountains, known today as the Lost Dutchman's Mine. Treasure hunters became obsessed, drawn by promises of gold.
Even worse,
riches,
I agree.
Followed behind.
Even so, I had Beefeater, which I typically have to like mix with drinks. But somebody was drinking it, and apparently my family realized it before I even noticed it. And so they replaced it a couple days ago. And instead of Beefeater's disgusting, Beefeater's affordable and it's smoother than most cheap gins. My nearby liquor store is a tiny like Specs. It's a very, very small Specs. And their gin selection is borderline non-existent. So I had to go with what they had for me. If I want to go to a better liquor store, I have to drive to the other side of town. And I don't do it that often. I'd much rather have Sipsmith. Because somebody drank my Sipsmith that I spent a fortune on a while back. I haven't had a chance to get another bottle. And since then, I've been living off of replaced with Beefeater, replaced with Bombay now. And it's just sliding down the scale of shitty gins. I don't know where I'm going to end up. I need to go get Ford's. Fjords? I think it's Ford's. I'm pretty sure it's Ford's. Ford's gin, I've heard is good. 2 liquor stores per road, more equal to the number of churches. Damn. Yeah, here in Texas, our bars are just equal to the number of churches. Y'all heard that, right? That was a belch. That was a belch. All right, let's do this.
Was wave after wave of disappearances.
That was a very deep
weird
belch.
is some of those bodies were found miles away from their camps with no signs of lives, while others would never be found.
Oh yes, the bodies with no signs of
People
lives.
started to believe that the mountain didn't just hide gold, but it would devour the people who.
Do we need to add AI to this list? Do we need to add the use of AI to this list? Take a drink anytime they use shitty AI? Was that the belch of 80s? No AI. Because this is AI. What's on the screen right now is AI. You die if you add... Okay, we're not going to add AI. Okay, we won't.
And search for it.
Arizona's mining history is getting national attention.
The miners and prospectors killed searching the Superstition Mountains.
I'm glad I had pizza as leftovers, because the fact that it's like a bunch of
They've
carbs.
seen grown men literally run for their lives.
Okay. I've seen grown men run from their lives too, but he was being chased by a bull.
Into the hundreds and possibly even the thousands. You may have heard of something called Missing 411, which chronicles disappearances that have strange events.
This is not the same area.
Disappearances or deaths could be attributed to the environment itself or even natural
No,
causes.
those are Appalachian mysteries. God damn it.
Found, either dead or alive, they have zero explanation for how they ended up where they were. And many of the
411 is more Appalachian.
Are no different. It seems as if this area has become a graveyard for the curious and the
Oh my god.
Many of the lost
are y'all saying y'all are prepared?
Remain unexplained, such as bodies with no injuries on them whatsoever.
Oh, you know what we like to call that?
That would be
You know what we like to call that? Dying from dehydration. Jeez, it's almost like you're in a fucking desert, dude.
For them to reach naturally, and cases where a large amount of gear was left behind.
We just do Missing 411 for the western part? Ah, gotcha.
Many rangers and locals alike still report hearing screams in the middle of the night. Footsteps in the
well, yeah, screams in the middle of the night in Arizona?
Strange shadows.
Never would have thunk. Never would have thunk. Eddie Hall dehydration noises? Oh my god. Anyway, on to my second slice of pizza.
Paranormal investigators have since turned their attention to this area, claiming the land is one of the most active hotspots in the U.S.
The land is cursed.
There is a weird feeling just approaching.
Things change.
I'm also trying to hold my glass at all times, chat, so that I don't accidentally knock it over.
Ghost sightings, strange orbs of light, disembodied voices, and violent shifts of
strange orbs of light? With Phoenix in the distance?
To encounter these entities that speak in ancient tongues or lure people off of the paths. The deeper
ancient
into the
tongues?
you go, the more disoriented you become, as if this land itself doesn't want you to leave.
Hey chat, you want to go to the Superstition Mountains?
Are more than just a legend. They have become the site of a very real threat and the place of a living mystery. Between the Native American warnings, hundreds of people vanishing, and these stories of ancient entities or any kind of paranormal phenomena, many people believe something unexplained yet very dangerous still lurks within those canyons. Whether it's a cursed mine, a supernatural gateway, or something that could even predate human memory, there is...
Does Supernatural Gateway count as mentioning hell? Does bringing up the Supernatural Gateway count as bringing up hell? No? Yes? Nah? Okay. Okay, gotcha.
One thing that is known for certain, the Superstition Mountains are not to be messed with. They are a place where reality breaks down and where not everyone comes
It's just a mountain, dude. I say it's just a mountain, like that's simple. Mountains are cool.
To see if we could find any of these ancient beings that people talk about. And hopefully...
Yes, hello, we're from Twink Paranormal. We're here to interview the aliens.
Before we get started, we wanted to extend our sympathies for those who have gone missing
anyway, more
and their
pizza.
families. Not only that, we wanted to also give a very serious warning to those of you who are watching. If you do go here, be careful.
Before we do jump to this movie, if you guys are not subscribed to this channel, yet you keep finding yourselves coming back, or you are new to our channel, Twin Paranormal. We hope you like it. I will say this location was probably one of the hardest we have ever struggled and the most dangerous we have ever been. So if you guys can, please make
I was gonna say, is it because you had to hike? And there wasn't somebody that like knew you were there?
I don't think we've ever gotten that many likes. So with your guys' help, if you do enjoy this new series, please take a quick second, hit the like button. It really lets us know that you're
That was an AI poster.
McDonald's. God damn it.
Hot damn.
Every single episode, we like to shout out 5.
And if you're the rock of any strange supernatural thing that happened there, let me just say, it's a mountain. Weird things happen.
Cactus people, whatever it is.
Cactus people.
Here, 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 and here. If you would like to be shouted
One
out
of those
on
says the boys are
movie,
back.
all you need to do is go
Only
to
one
our
person in there had the boys are back instead of the guys are back.
Heart that post and comment down below hashtag the guys in the desert.
All right. Do I need to explain what they're doing? Does anybody want to know what kind of social media strategy this is? Because I usually do this every time because we watch these videos weeks apart and there's usually new people. Does anybody need the explanation of why they do this? Of why they do this? Why would vacationing aliens, goodness, want to talk to us, the rednecks of the galaxy? Can I? Can you what? Views? Tax write-offs? It's pretty much the easiest and simplest way to guarantee basically free interaction. So every social media platform requires interaction to boost you through the algorithm. This is the way that fools people into thinking that they're going to get a shout out and that shout out is going to do something. So many people think getting shout outs on people's streams and stuff is the way to success. It can be, it can help. But in the way they're doing it, it's the simplest, least amount of work imaginable. As probably hundreds. We looked at their Instagram once. It's a few thousand people like and comment on these posts with these hashtags, and they grab like 4 or 5 of them, and they're only on the screen for 6 seconds. We'll say 6 seconds. It's not that it's lazy per se. It's that it's smart. It's smart, but also disingenuine, if that makes sense. It's smart and disingenuine. It's smart from the content creator's perspective because it's essentially easy to push your stuff through the algorithm by doing it that way. Lazy and smart could be a good way to put it. But I don't know. I don't know if they figured it out on their own or something because I don't see many other people do this exact same thing. If they like learned it independently from other people, but it's clever. It's clever in its own little way. But it feels disingenuine.
Naked.
Oh,
not naked.
Naked in the desert.
No.
Ow.
Also, a quick announcement. We have been going live every single Sunday. So if you guys missed it, we went live today at 11:30 a.m. We've been doing some pretty crazy things.
Why 11:30?
A giant ball pit, and we hung out with you guys. We answer as many questions as possible, and we hang out and talk to you guys before this movie airs. So if you guys would like, every single posting Sunday is 11:30 a.m. and then the week after that is always 1 p.m. PST. So you guys ever want to catch us live either on Instagram or YouTube, we will be there. With all that being said,
do I dare try to find their email and ask to be able to interview them?
This movie.
When we inevitably get the podcast room, because that was paid for like 6 months ago and it's still being worked on.
Places we have ever been. It might actually be the most dangerous. So are you guys ready for a terrifying night? Respectfully. Ah, dragon.
That's not a dragonfly, that's a mayfly.
We are going miles and miles, as far as we possibly can, really, deep into the mountains.
Do it.
There is not only hundreds,
okay, we'll try. We'll try whenever the podcast room is ready.
Skinwalker activity, aliens, lizard people. This is bad.
And
it's a full moon.
That means it is going to be the most powerful night.
Wait, I'm surprised how dark the...
that I've heard of this place, there has been something that happened. And most of the
Here,
time,
let me get rid of the captions because they actually have their own captions now.
Because I'm feeling a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. Put your hands together, boys.
I mean, you are on the desert.
You know what we do before
in the dark. That's fine.
We are the
it's coyote time.
In the Superstition Mountains. On the count of 3, we chant. 1, 2, 3. We are superstitious.
Uh-oh.
We are vicious and delicious.
I'm not delicious. Don't eat me.
All right.
I'm delicious. I ate a lot of oysters before coming here.
Welcome to night 1. Currently, we
I've returned as a ghost.
Inside the Superstition Mountains.
Ghost dinosaur.
Not only that, but there's a full moon.
Oh my god, dude, I forgot. There's a full moon.
So the first thing we would like to
What do you mean you
do,
forgot?
I'd like
How
to do
earlier
a
did
little
you
bit of an
just shoot the
experiment
fucking
before we
intro?
start this investigation. Now I am going to go ahead and claim this. I have never done tarot readings. I got given a tarot deck years ago. I've never.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bias needs external review for these claims? Yeah, yeah.
Touch them because I never had.
Gonna need a
time
third
to
party
learn
on
what
that
to
one,
do.
Chief.
Now I have read up on a little bit, so I'd like to try and do the 3 method just to see what kind of energy is around us. Again, like we mentioned in the history, there are lots of rumors of how many people total went
See, this is one of the reasons we can't,
some say
here. This is one of the reasons that we can't do the, like, anytime they mention something paranormal or supernatural or something. Because this channel lives under the pretense that essentially all, like, new age, all paranormal, all supernatural shit is real. That is part of the suspension of disbelief. This channel lives under the assumption that all of that is real, so they will constantly bring it up and constantly use it as a method to make it more entertaining.
Over 600, and some say
The elementals were paranormal. The elements were paranormal. Elementals, maybe.
We walked into this area, starting at the trail front. There is a missing person poster from 5 years ago.
Is that the real poster?
Heard what kind of sounded like a girl laughing or crying.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a bird, but that is terrifying.
So what I'm
It was
going to
probably
go
a
ahead and
bird.
do is take these cards out, shuffle the deck, and we are going to do the 3-card method to see what kind of energy is around us, see if any of the spirits would like to project how they're feeling or what they are
Here, I'm pretty sure we're still good. I'm looking at the rules again real quick.
Method is one of the simplest and most powerful tarot spreads. It involves drawing 3 cards in a row, each representing a different aspect of your question or situation.
Actually, does this count as made-up science? Cool, thank you for the bits. Holy shit. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry, I had to get rid of the plate. I had a plate with me for the pizza. Okay. Sorry. I don't usually like eating on stream, but I wanted to make sure I had something in my stomach since we're doing a drinking game. It's a method of ghost hunting. No tarot cards? Tarot cards are not a method of ghost hunting. I promise you. I promise you. All right. That's how you create paranormal. Say it long enough and it becomes true? No. What they're doing here with the cards? No. They're honestly, what I think they're gonna do is they're just gonna like pull ominous cards. Like they'll pull like the Wheel of Fortune upside down, probably. I don't know if they're gonna do the inverse. Probably pull death, maybe pull the devil, whatever. We'll see what kind of deck they have.
Card 1, past, card 2, present, and card 3, future.
Wait, so is this gonna like tell us how our two
Goofily, that was actually in Lord of Mysteries. That exact method.
What will happen?
Go watch Lord of Mysteries.
The way that I'm doing it is letting whatever spiritual energy around us, I'm gonna let them
Can I
decide.
summon a train? I don't know. Can you?
Good idea.
Can you?
Because of like how many different things are supposedly on the
Italian Yu-Gi-Oh.
There's literally stories that go back hundreds of years of everything. From aliens.
What are you
UFO
scrolling there, bud? Are you scrolling the manual?
All these different cryptids that live underground, the Native American tribes that used to call this place home, sacrifices and other worshiping rituals.
Say it. Sacrifices for what? Sacrifices for what?
Range, they would actually cut the hearts out of their dead tribe members.
What?
And
I had no idea.
They would drink their blood to inherit their soul.
Chat, that counts as made up native legends. Drink. All right. One made up native legend later. Does he get blue eyes and dragons? Shut up.
No way, dude. Look at my arm.
That's talked about here.
That's just arm hair, dude. That is you having a black sleeve and arm hair.
As far as like paranormal things go, again, the Native American tribes used to call this place Thunder Mountain. They believed it was either a gateway to the underworld or
count that one as Gateway to Hell.
Where the Thunder God lived. That has been going on for thousands of years, right? And there's another famous story about, I believe it was a miner back in the 1800s. Really rough.
Damn, dude, look at you. You cut and you got nice. Hold on, go back.
In the 1800s.
Good lord, sir. Your breasts and boobily over there. Cut. Nice arms. Breasts and boobily. He looks squishy. Anyway. You have 4 legs of Exodia. Left legs of Exodia. Oh no.
Famous for the missing gold mine, the Lost Dutchman. And what ended up...
The Lost Dutchman? Again, there's no, like, substance to this Lost Dutchman thing that they keep talking about.
Like, driven crazy by what he called...
Where do you read the novel? I haven't read it in years. I don't remember where I read it before.
You would see literal shadow figures.
I do kind of want to read the second one, though. If y'all didn't know, there's a second series to the Lord of Mysteries.
Reappear right where they were standing.
The main character is gender fluid, so it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Guys, this is only night 1, and what we do on night 1 is
miners are never that healthy. True.
And what they want, if they need help, or if there's something else around. With that
okay.
being said,
Do you think they're gonna skip straight to night 2, or do you think they're gonna get like some daytime shenanigans?
These cards. No, I wish I had like a table, but regardless, I'm not really good at shuffling cards anyways. What I remember from Gretchen,
Occult Tarot. I saw it on
from the top and flipped it over and threw it down. So she started with the first card, explained what it was. Now I am going to go ahead and research a little bit just to make sure I'm
okay. He goes into a story about the Lost Dutchman mine. Oh,
what it is.
I haven't watched Mr. Ball in a long time because
I think this might be good enough.
Right? He tells stories like a dude sitting down and having a beer.
Kind of mix up the top with the bottom.
Can we talk about real quick how scary this is?
Which I don't think is like crazy fun to just kind of critique because he doesn't show a whole lot. Most of it is just his face.
Not only that, but we're like
talking directly to a camera.
Season and every other bug we've seen out
Google calls it Celestial Tarot. No, I was talking about the side of the box. The box that the cards were in said Occult Tarot on the side of them.
Do we know how many people have gone missing? Has it only been 2?
Every single season?
Because there's 3 of us.
Alright, I think I'm ready.
We also have a 0 signal. So
that's also a big problem. Okay, first things first.
Jesus, my eyes. My eyes! My eyes!
The devil, Malak. So this is what it says. The devil. You're still chained.
Oh, fucking called it.
The spirit may be showing you what's controlling you. There's a darkness still holding on.
I told you they were going to pull like the devil, they're going to pull death, they're going to pull maybe Wheel of Fortune.
Entity. You're feeding it with your fear, obsession, or denial. I need you to see it. Break the bond, or it will consume you. Whoa.
Whose guide are you reading?
Could also be a warning. If you invited something in through a ritual, a location, or even
yeah, but isn't this the past one? You're doing the 3-card method, so this is the past card.
What if these people who go missing are like being tricked because something's going on with them? And that's why they go missing. Disappear. There's so many weird stories, and a lot of them are never.
Gotta have that FaceTime, like the miner was found with a map of an area of the Superstition Mountains. Oh.
Specific ways.
Wait, like the corpse of a miner?
Where they were. And typically, is it one sock?
Well, he's on his phone, so...
if there is some sort of dark energy, dark entity that's interfering, the devil is the giveaway. Something wants to control the situation.
Oh no, alright chat, get ready for possession.
Maybe even
get ready for possession.
As in like one of the spirits here. It could be feeding off of pain,
to finish the drink, but that's lucky. I'm down to like just under half of the drink left.
Whoa. Oh my god. You might feel confused, cold, watched, like we felt when we were walking over here, or like your thoughts shift while communicating. That's a sign of manipulation.
That's a sign of ADHD is what that shit is. Oh my god.
You know what's wild?
Fucking Christ, dude. Come on.
Mention it or say anything.
Me, mid-sentence, forgetting exactly what I was going to say.
Very late the previous night. As we were,
what were we talking about?
As I was trying to sleep, the only thing I could
think
in my head
was
he's coming to the mountain and
Also, he's wearing a one-piece hat. I just realized that.
That was creepy.
Survival rate percentage? No idea.
And I kept having these weird, like, I don't want to say like dreams. It was almost like out of
when the ghost pings your ADHD like it's a fucking guitar string, just ding.
Last night when we were trying to sleep, we only slept for like 4 hours because because we drove through the night.
Barbecue Tindies. Ooh.
That's not good.
No, and
Ooh.
I never dream, like ever. I don't get weird things like that when I sleep, but when we got here, I did.
Dude, why did you tell us when we got here?
It just kind of, it was one of those things where like I noticed it when I woke up, but it didn't stick
Cause
with me
you made it up on the spot.
Okay.
That's fine.
Pull
Ta-da!
another card.
Anyway.
Top.
Okay, this is supposed to be well,
The tower.
Oh, guys.
What?
Gretchen said that the tower is not good.
that's not true.
Did you just hear that? Dude, I just heard a voice.
The tower is not good.
All right, drink.
Dude, I just heard a
That's
voice say
there's
that.
nothing there, and they say they heard something. Ugh.
We might be with something.
It's called an armadillo,
What the f is happening?
or even just a scorpion.
Guys, I'm gonna warn
You can literally hear scorpions when they're scurrying around late at night.
people around. Like,
The ghost of Brokeback Mountain Cowboy is about to claim some twinks for the night. Oh no! Oh no!
I'm pretty sure.
Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
same, I'm not.
Oh, so I gotta sneeze.
This is starting to get tricky.
Okay. The tower is what happens when these two collide. Truth and corruption. This could mean you stumbled into something.
Oh my god.
A location or energy tied to a violent event, a ritual, or an
Okay,
entity
sure.
that's been awakened by attention.
It's almost like that's too perfect that you're going up a bunch of massive mountains.
The trapped spirit will cause something around you to fall apart. Relationships, mental stability, or personal peace.
That's okay, they don't have those last two.
I'm gonna pull another.
I'm just gonna assume all of them are single, and I will live under that assumption forever.
Think about it. That's two pretty bad cards.
That is.
Why are you getting out the squeaky hammer?
Kind of concerning. That's pretty bad. We literally just talked about all the ritual sacrifices.
The tower's hard reset, chucklefuck.
Ancient times. That's
I still want to know what they're reading from, because it looks like it's like almost like a wiki page.
Bad if you don't finish a tarot reading? I mean, it's not like a ritual.
You might as well do the third one, honestly, at this point. It's gonna hurt my head if we don't.
It's gonna hurt my head if we don't. But yeah, I was gonna say, might as well. What are you gonna do? Run away?
The card did say that you will feel like you're being watched.
Oh, whoa.
It honestly feels
Because you have lights
right now.
in the middle of the fucking desert.
Guys, dude. Guys.
Did I call it or did I call it? Hi, Dragon. How are you doing? Did I call it or did I call it? 3 for 3. Fucking told you. They're gonna pull this shit. Maybe they could not be faking it, but I'm pretty confident they're faking it.
Guys.
What the?
I'm pretty confident that they're faking the shit out of it.
That's not good.
To be fair, I didn't call the tower. I did not call the tower. It didn't cross my mind. I called Wheel of Fortune.
The tower and death are all those like bad?
I think so.
I know death is bad. You said tower is bad. The devil obviously is not good.
Guys, our rudimentary knowledge of tarot means that we need to pull the bad cards. What are the bad cards that every average person would think is bad?
This is freaky.
This is like, I'm starting.
The thing is, though, is they are making entertainment.
I'm not really feeling very good.
Their whole thing is entertainment for entertainment's sake.
Death card could be the voice of someone who
And I
died
do wonder if they
tragically or
really
was
believe
taken too
every little
soon.
thing
They
that
might
they
be
say
stuck, unable to move on
in their
because of
shows.
how they died or because something is keeping
Tower to
them
Marin,
back.
Tower to Marin, do you copy?
Their
Could
energy
Marin
may
here,
feel
Tower,
sad,
go ahead.
scared, or desperate.
Wait a
Hello?
minute. So the 3 cards we pulled, past, present, and future, were something about an entity.
Tower, hello, are you there?
Energy,
Can you hear me, Tower? Hello?
That is malevolent, dark, that has been here or was brought here. Then we pulled the Tower card, talking about that feeling of being
Present.
watched, things like that. And then the Death card, about someone who died in an untimely way.
Okay, these
So,
guys sound
beginning,
familiar. We've
middle,
watched them
and
before,
end.
Bequid.
Whoa.
We watch them on
I don't
occasion.
like that. He just said whoa. Starting off
Whoa.
with the devil. You're already trapped.
Oh,
This
God,
means
here
the
we go.
situation starts in bondage. You're chained to something evil. Could be an addition.
It feels like
curse,
they're
or a dark
like
entity
only
that's
reading
already
a certain
taken
part
root.
of the
That
description of
should be
these
the
cards.
It sets the tone.
Again, look at
Being
her. Oh my God, do we, hold on.
manipulated, controlled, or
Do we need to add take a drink anytime they say look at my arm in a band? I don't think so. I don't think so. I feel like we need to add it because that's something that they do on occasion. Okay, we'll add it. So that counts. That counts. That's a drink. That's something that they do. That's just, yeah. Look at my arm, dude. Look at my arm. And they do like a camera zoom in. That's going to count as a drink. We will add that.
With power over you.
I'll make like an infographic for this at some point.
Like there is something around
and we may do this again in the future. Sunstar, would you do me a favor?
Just talking. You swear?
Sunstar, would you do me a favor?
No way.
Would you write down these rules as we come up with them, as it goes on? And then send it to me at the end of the stream?
Okay, the tower, the middle, starts with, then it all falls apart.
Because I can't really update the pinned thing easily. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Personal ruin. This is spiritual
collapse. What is it? Where's our...
The entity might be forcing a breakdown of
what was our command for the did you see that?
Whoa, wait. The miner that
was it exclamation mark C? There it is. Did you see it?
Entity is like manipulating.
Are you busy, Sunstar? Are you not at a computer right now?
Story either, but there's like hundreds of different stories just like that. You know,
I haven't seen you play. I played all 3 of them.
Disappearing.
Which one did you pick?
Just vanishing. There's all kinds of weird like that. It's weird that that's the present card. This is our first night out here.
Oh, did we get another fake out? Did I miss it? Did I miss it?
This entity is like manipulating. It's breaking down your mind.
Exactly. And that's not
I haven't been paying attention. That is totally okay, Sunstar. Just take the ones that we have up top. Take all 6 of those.
People disappearing, like straight up.
So take those. That's a nice boat. That is a nice boat. Street Kid? Ah, gotcha. That's actually the one that I'm going through right now. I started replaying it recently in my free time, and that's the one I'm doing right now. Okay, my head's getting light. I'm already getting lightheaded. Sunstar, is that all right? Can you do that? Is that okay? So just take the 6 that are up there, and then add if they do a zoom in on their arms. Just put like arm zoom in. Snowperter, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. We'll see. Oh, you dork. It would be very helpful in the future if we decide to do this again. I think at some point it would be fun to do this with Faye and Sai once we move. I think it'd be fun. We could do it like probably not once a week, maybe once a month. I think it'd be pretty fun. I think it'd be fun.
Present card. This is our first night out here.
The last
I want to find a mod that gives me the stuff for all 3 life passes in one playthrough. I wonder if there is a mod for that.
Means there's no going back.
I do know there's mods for additional life paths. Like people have made other life paths
cross a line spiritually
via mods that you can get.
In paranormal terms, this could mean a
Is there a bingo card? No, not yet. We could also make a bingo card. I'm pretty sure I have access to Ember's bingo add-on.
I can't shake it. Look.
Chat. If there is, I think there's a Discord page. Let me see. Do we have a suggestion? Story suggestions.
The Native Americans in this being their land.
I'm gonna edit this to just be suggestions.
They would come to find it, wind up being murdered by them.
If you're in the Discord, guys, there's a suggestions page now.
People would literally go crazy, like friends or family.
If you go to that, it would be awesome if you could put in any like ideas for this. Because I can make multiple bingo cards, but we need 25 slots to make a bingo card.
Next steps for spiritual protection.
You did the arm again? Did I miss it again?
Dude, it gave us a need. If this was your poll,
each other, so they go crazy.
Did I miss it?
Friends or families would come out here looking for riches, and they would all fight amongst each other. Sometimes only one of them would come back. None of them would come back.
I was saying, no, we're counting the ones where they're like, where he goes like, dude, look at my arm, and they like zoom the camera in on their arm.
Next steps for spiritual protection or cleansing.
Also, hold on, I have a lot of notifications for some reason.
Like cleansing and everything, a ritual, break the chain and the cycle.
Wait, to do now
or says purpose, banish the entity, free the trapped spirit, cleanse your energy and space, shut the door before death fully takes hold.
Whoa, there is our 2 nights right there.
It's saying basically there is a spirit that is telling us that.
Or spirits.
Yeah.
Dude, what if this whole mountain has just a hold of like, 600 to 1,100 entities trapped?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that is insane. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm researching, doing the best I can. If this pole really is that crazy, there is so much.
Guys, something just spoke in my ear.
Really?
Guys, I'm not kidding.
What? Like what?
That's another voice that we couldn't hear.
Are you actually
All right,
serious?
drink.
I'm not kidding. Hold. Dude. Whoa.
Another voice or sound they reacted to that we couldn't hear.
Guys, look at this.
Okay, what did it say? That's arm too. All
I've
right.
never been this chilled up. It honestly, it sounded like a bunch of people screaming for help. I know this sounds weird, man, but I swear on everything, that's what it sounded like.
I'm already really warm and
like, look at me.
oh my god, we're not even halfway in. Oh my god.
It's so weird. I've never heard anything like that ever in my whole entire
All
life.
right. This is fine.
This investigation.
We count it again. I don't know if I want to count it again.
Right now, okay? Anything we can do.
Fuck it. We count it again.
I mean, I feel fine. I feel totally fine.
Somebody was trying to like tell you
I don't
something.
know. That is one of the weirdest things I've ever heard in my life. People.
Will she survive 2 hours of this? We'll see next time.
Portals here. It's almost like something just opened up and I could hear.
Oh my goodness. I don't need an excuse to have another sip. Oh my goodness. All right. Hold on, guys. Ad break time. I'm going to give you the fishing game. I'm going to say fuck it. This is going to be a good time to go refill my drink. Oh god, please don't end up with possession as soon as I get back. But we'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go refill my drink. So don't burn anything down. And I will give you all the music. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh goodness. I'm belching. I got like those like quiet belches. Hi, Fang. What are you doing? Oh. All right. Drink is refilled. This time I've swapped out the orange juice for some V8 that we have. That's like the orange medley V8. Whew. I don't have any of like my old bougie stuff, so I can't really make cocktails or anything. I can't wait to move and be able to make my reanimators again. I miss making reanimators. That shit's so good. That shit is so good. But go straight to your fucking head. Go straight to your fucking head, dude. All right. Arson, burn it all, leave nothing behind. Maybe. All right, guys. Welcome back from the ad break. Good timing. Drink is refilled. Hold on. Let me double check something. I'm still looking. There we go. Oh, music. Music, music, music. I turned up the music. There we go. Reanimating the chat. Raise the dead, chats. What's Reanimator? Reanimator is a, what's it called? How to describe it? I can't remember all of its ingredients off the top of my head. I'd have to double check one of my books for the classic Reanimator. But it is At its core, it seems like it's called a Reanimator as a alcoholic beverage to, quote, raise the dead, reanimate your night, however you want to pertain to it. Past the devil, the shadow self, the temptation, addiction, nothing hinders, things hindering forward progress. Present, the tower, forceful renewal, loss of current to make room for a new beginning, future, death, change, metamorphosis, a new self. Yeah. Yeah. That's if they took the more, what's the word? Neutral position at the application, because they weren't doing inverse or anything, so that doesn't matter. Hi, prisoner. Welcome in. The fishing game is still in the background, so don't worry. Technically, because you can't see it, it's still playing in the background. Let me go ahead and bring this back up. No more music. Just stopped on my nights.
So far, dude,
but no, it's basically a like
this is weird.
I can't remember what's all in it. I'm pretty sure some versions of it have absinthe.
Because of how
again, I'd have to check my book for the original recipe of the old Reanimator, because I don't think you could make the original Reanimator now. So technically, all versions of Reanimator are now Reanimator 2. Because I think there was a particular liqueur that had something in it that was used for it, and the only company that made that liqueur stopped producing it, I think in like 2004, something like that. I'd have to double check. I may be mixing up my cocktails here. I may be mixing up my cocktails.
Crawling on the ceiling of the
Need to do some actual terror research and at least pause the video and put something up on screen to explain it.
Yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah. That's what
I mean, they did try to put the descriptions that they were reading. Oh.
There's somebody like crawling on the wall. Yeah.
Huh?
It sounds like somebody's on the wall.
I'm going to open up this app. Obviously, I have SOS.
Marin's not making the right drinks at the carnival bar. All I have is gin right now. I got rid of all of my old liqueurs when I moved from New England.
I'm gonna pack these cards up.
I gave it to the roomie at the time.
And then let's get started.
I gave my roomie my bag of liquor, like all of my alcohols and stuff. I gave them to him.
We're trying to find out your meaning behind this.
Because I was afraid that they were going to break during transit. So I was just like, they're yours now. Have fun.
Please, we don't want to go missing.
We don't want to go. Oh, okay. Hold on. Go back. So do y'all see the thing on his wrist? That big ass looking watch thing? That's a spirit box. Well, not a spirit box. What was it? It basically has the Spirit Talker app on it. He's probably going to turn that on later and use it. And all it is the Spirit Talker app. It's going to use AI voices to make it sound like there's fucking spirits or ghosts talking back to him. It's a product that's actually sold by the company that made Spirit Talker. Or I think it's a different app. I want to say it's a different app.
I already put it in airplane
but
mode.
It's a very similar one.
You might as well start your watches.
We're not going to count it on that one. But Sunstar, add this to the list for me. Add the show's phone on airplane mode. You lived in the UK? No. New England. Northern US. For iPhone, can I get one? I mean, yeah, but I think you have to pay for it. Next Marin app will have Spirit Talker built in. Y'all bought me Spirit Talker. It's on my phone. Do I need to turn it on? Here, I'll turn on the Spirit Talker app. There it is. I have both Ghost Tube Seer and Spirit Talker. All right, hold on. I gotta wait for it to finish loading. It pretends to just set up like a bunch of sensors that don't fucking exist on cell phones. All right. I'm gonna turn the volume way up. Okay. But it's not a Go Round official app. I need to find somebody to make me an app. All right. Amber, do you know how to make an app?
Are there any missing people out here that need some help? If you can approach us, we have these special devices that'll give you the ability to talk
to us.
You
have ghosts. They came free with your spirit box.
Unless if you have enough power.
Kind of, sort of. I hate it. Okay, that's a joke. I mean, we don't have to do something like that.
There's a missing persons poster at the beginning of this
similar topic. We could make a drinking game sometime in the movie VC.
Ooh. If you're still here, maybe you can give us.
Y'all heard that, right? It said you are powerful. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very proud. I'm very proud of my
It's almost like
flex.
right. It's like
Flex, baby.
I mean, like stillness. It's like sitting
Hard
in a
flex.
soundproof room. You know
Did
what
you
I mean?
hear it?
Like a
Did you hear it?
What if we were in like a bubble and River like stepped out and then all of a sudden he heard chattering of like all these missing people? Dude, again, constantly. This has been happening. So
What? Hold on. Go back.
If you're still here, maybe you can give us your name.
Wait.
I feel weird.
How you doing, Bob?
It doesn't feel right.
It's like extra quiet. I mean, like stillness. It's like sitting in a soundproof room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nighttime in a desert.
What if we were in like a bubble and River like stepped out and then all of a sudden he heard chattering of like all these missing people?
What if we're in like a bubble? Guys, we're in a spirit bubble. They've condemned us to silence. Oh my God, if only it worked. Shut
This
up.
has been happening so far every latest investigation we've done. My body just continues.
Oh, it's gonna be bad. I want to interview them, so I don't want to say all like mean things. Again, they're just doing what like they enjoy and probably what they like necessary to do to be popular.
Messing with our minds, like opening them up more. You know
What is Timu Chris Angel doing here? Oh my God.
Could be.
We're trying to delve as deep as possible.
Graveyard.
Okay, they didn't show it, so but he turned on the watch. That's the watch that he's using. See, he's looking at it.
Here? What kind of graveyard?
You know, I thought his camo t-shirt for a second was actually tattoos and his shirt was gone. Colin!
Skulls! Graveyard skulls. Holy
Who's Colin?
wow.
Someone went
Who's
as
Colin?
far as saying that this is the world's largest graveyard.
Whoa.
Huh?
Did you just hear that?
Yeah.
That.
I mean, if you laugh. Okay, hold on a second. Now I'm curious. Real quick. I'm pretty sure they're making something up. World's largest graveyard. Wadi as-Salim, also known as the Valley of Peace, located in Najaf, Iraq. Yeah, that's a pretty big fucking graveyard. Jesus. That's kind of cool, though. That's really cool. Object. Okay. I'm leaving this on so that y'all get an idea of how many just random words that this app will spit out, because it's just a word bank. These apps that they use, that is a Spirit Talker app. I can see the words. I can see the words on his watch. I'm pretty sure that says Spirit Talker, but it just has a different voice. It has the Mortis voice. I wonder, can I change it? Oh, I gotta stop scanner first. Settings.
Something's not right. Something's
English.
Are you knocking?
That's the Scottish flag, though.
What the f is happening? Okay, they could mean all of the missing persons that died.
Spirit music box?
That would make some sort of a big graveyard as well. Or this used to be native land. So weren't there like wars
Is
that happened?
the language the only thing I... No, I can only change the language, yeah.
That happened like 4 or 5 miles over that ridge on the northern side of the superstitions.
Can you be more specific, please? Are you talking about these mountains?
Well, turn it back on.
They hide the truth.
Wait.
Mortis.
They hide the
Mortis.
truth.
Whoa.
We're getting the words on it. What?
I don't know about you guys, but entering here...
Points and twink laugh. Oh my God.
Like, we're very hush-hush, like didn't want to speak about anything.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
I asked a couple of secrets, but it's almost like
We just started talking about the secrets.
Yeah.
National parks, people going missing, all that weird stuff.
Dude,
Define secrets.
It's known that a lot of it is hidden. Why?
Huh? It's known that a lot of it is hidden. Absence of evidence is not proof of a claim. Nobody knows the thing. Yeah, that means nobody knows the thing happened. Therefore, the thing probably didn't happen. Until you have evidence. What's the logical fallacy for that? I'm trying to remember. But my head's spinny. Box.
I'm upset.
You're upset. I'm fucking upset. Fuck you. Evidence, schmevidence, jumping to conclusions. Jumping to conclusions is one, but no, there's the logical fallacy. That's the I believe it's just the argument from absence, where people just claim that the fact that nobody can prove that this didn't happen means that it's true. They could be like, all of these people died. Well, there's no evidence in their like local census that like their population went down. There's no like local stories at the time of this happening. This church has always been the same. We even talked to the previous priest who said he has no idea what you're talking about. White truth. And they're like, yeah, but like, you can't prove that it didn't happen. Yes, I can. There's no evidence of it, therefore it didn't happen. Not there's evidence of it never being caught, therefore that's proof. That's also the case with like a lot of like legends and stuff. Chat, if you ever have a legend that starts with, I bet you've never heard this before, and then it ends with some sort of scenario that's like, here's why you probably would have never heard of it. Like the Orang Medan is a good example. The mystical ghost ship that supposedly showed up out of nowhere after going completely missing, even though no ship ever existed called the Orang Medan, nor were there records of it, nor were there military records of it. And then the end of this story goes with the Orang Medan sinking and it never being found again. That's evidence that it never happened. If you start as, you would have never heard this, and it closes as, there's no way you would have ever seen evidence of this, it doesn't exist. It's not real. It's a fake legend or a story. Did you see it happen? Yeah, but serendipity. Serendipity. Scott Sterling. Oh my God.
That is a crazy response right off the bat.
It's fiction, correct.
Unblessed.
That's weird. Unblessed.
Listen,
guys.
Or if they, it's the same thing with like a lot of the ghost stories. A lot of like ghost stories, like the fucking Conjuring house and shit,
I've been cleansed.
aren't real.
No, a cleansing does not count.
The Conjuring house isn't real. It's a tourist trap.
Find out what is happening here in the Superstition Mountains. Now, if you are a lost soul,
okay,
somebody who went missing and needs their story to be told, or
World War II never happened because I wasn't there. That's not Plague. That is not even close to the argument we're making. There's evidence. People were there. People that were still alive came back. That's not the same argument. When people claim legends or make things up, there's no first person accounts. It's real to me. Oh my God. The Warrens would do that. Just tell. We're watching you all. All right, chat. Sorry, I've now condemned you to ghosts. Congratulations.
We also just want to state that
when you had to retype the copy. Oh my God.
Whatsoever.
We mean no harm, and you cannot harm us in any way either.
If I was born, then why don't I remember it? Huh? Because there's evidence that you were born.
I got lost.
What happened?
Hi, Edward.
We are told
You fucking
all kinds
weirdo.
of stories. People get lost, and something happens to them. Did you simply
I have
just run
friends
out of
now.
water, overheat, pass out?
Gotta put out the ghost plates.
Wrong? Oh, did something take you away?
I feel like I haven't had to take a drink in a while.
Prey upon you.
I haven't had to take a drink in a while.
It already said nightmare.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Noise. The thing that you food. Why?
Stay open.
Betrayal?
50-50. Could mean something
Okay.
bad, and it could mean something not bad. Is trying to communicate with you.
Why did it already say my
Donate to the
What do you want with
Ko-fi?
him? For
I
some
command the
reason,
ghosts
when I
to
don't
donate to the
look at
Ko-fi.
and I just look into the darkness, I envision something slow.
If I hear another dramatic dumb.
It's not darker than dark. It's like a
Thank you, Retain.
of an
The ghosts have to be able to see the link.
That's scary because there's aliens out here.
You heard it. Go around the Ko-fi.
I saw a light, guys.
That's a red light. Is there a survey station out
I
here?
saw a light beam. I swear on everything.
What is that red
I saw a light
dot?
beam, dude. It went all the way from left of the mountain.
What
all
is the
way
red
to the right,
dots?
Not up in the sky, along the whole
Walk
mountain.
over to the red dot.
Like a shooting star along the mountain. I saw it, dude, and it looked.
You know,
like a,
it could also be a
I don't know how to explain it. It
shooting
looked
star.
Like a light. Watch. Looked like.
Does this count as them saying that they heard or saw something that nobody else saw? Is that a drink? I feel like that's a drink. Yep. All right, that's a drink. Okay, this one's a lot more balanced. Drain camera. Joke's on you. My phone's at 94%.
It looked like this.
And the iPhone that's for tracking is at 100% because I always leave that bitch plugged in.
It looked like something was shooting us.
Shine at the...
Oh, it was their camera.
Did I just see somebody?
Okay, the red dot was their camera.
I swear on everything.
Taillights, the production crew left. The thing is, I don't think they have the production crew. Maybe editors, but it's all three of them. All three of them are the ones that just kind of pass around the cameras and record themselves.
Faster than anything. It just looked
Marin leaves
really fast,
that
but I
bitch
saw it
plugged
clear as
in.
day as a light, like a
It's
flashlight,
a
like this
shitty
size,
iPhone
but went
that has better face tracking
not in
than
the
my
sky,
Samsung, my
not in the
Schmengschmung.
sky.
I like my
Whoever's speaking
Schmengschmung
to us
phone.
right now, do you know what Ryan just saw?
Passes the blunts.
Watch them say light or like anomaly or you are brave. Earlier I said
Thanks,
not many
Mortis.
people
I am very
want
brave.
to ever come
I
to
want
the
a
Superstition
Samsung
Mountains
again. Are you
because
stuck
of
with an
how crazy it
iPhone?
is. Now look at us.
I like my
Three of us
Schmengschmung.
here at what time? 3 in the morning.
Schmengschmung.
3:26 on a full moon out in the middle of the desert. No service.
But I don't want to buy a new phone for a while. Yeah, they're expensive.
Definite danger.
Ridiculously so.
What kind of information
I got this phone because I went into the river with my previous phone. Weirdly enough, goofy thing, chat. The river that killed my last phone is the river that flooded in Texas, the Guadalupe. The Guadalupe. The Guadalupe River was the one that killed my last phone because that was where I was doing my lifeguard training at the time and forgot my phone was in my pocket. Schmengschmung forever. If I could get a different phone than like Samsung once I move, that'd be awesome. I'd be fine with a Huawei. The Chinese already have my data. Hi, Amy. Now there's a ghost phone. Oh no. Amy, real quick. I tried to do the Secret World Classic thing. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Maybe I did. I'm pretty sure I did at one point, but I don't have it anymore. I don't think. Where can you find a Secret World Classic key? Can you even find them anymore? I could have swore I had one, but the thing is I don't remember like the code and I don't remember my account name. I tried doing the like recover account information, but I didn't get an email. I'm upset. I wanted to play Secret World Classic. Get a Mortis phone like the Twinks? Nah, that's just a shitty little wristwatch. It's basically Raspberry Pi on their wrist.
Did you just hear that loud crash?
Wait. Shut up.
Give us your time. Did you just hear that loud crash? Yeah. Are you
Crash?
watching us?
Hold on.
Your time.
I got nothing.
Are you watching us?
Do Minky, thank you for your follow. All right, I think that counts as hearing something and not actually. They claim they heard something. We didn't hear anything. That's a drink.
Vengeful spirits. The curse. I asked what Ryan saw.
Try your hardest to
Welcome in, Doominky. How are you, Doom Inky? How are you doing?
I want to know if I actually did see it.
They're in the same stock. Boom. Yeah, correct. They do that all the time.
Dude, I've noticed this. Watch. Everybody.
Did you check spam? I'm pretty sure I did. I could try doing it again later and maybe giving it like a couple minutes and checking again.
Start making noises behind us.
Huh?
It's like whatever it is that's out here doesn't.
That was literally just static.
Crazy. Even that was behind us. We were talking about something when he saw that.
I swear on everything. I've never seen anything like that.
Oracle.
Shooting star.
Oracle of who? Delphi?
I was tripping out because when I'm looking into this,
Is it time for Apollo to hand out premonitions of the future yet again? Chat, get the dodgeball.
It was not in the sky because it could have been a shooting star. But then
hold on, where is it?
My eyes, it was along the whole mountain.
What did those cards mean? Are we in danger?
It's time, chat. Apollo is here. Apollo is here to give you a... Oh shit, I fucking clicked something else. I do not know what I clicked. Okay.
Is that where you want us to go?
There you go,
Further in
chat.
the canyon?
Apollo time. Twink Paranormal? Hell yeah, dude. Hi, Hyper. Anyway, Apollo dodgeball of prophecy time.
Use your energy.
Okay.
Right?
No. Dude, that's freaky.
Word to my knowledge, located directly above an opium den? True. Sound? Illegal? Define illegal sound.
Wait, okay, so you pointed that way.
I didn't sign up for dodgeballs? What do you mean you didn't sign up for dodgeballs? We have dodgeballs forever. Think fast, Chucklefuck. Bitch.
Shoot from the canyon.
So you want us to go down
If you can dodge a ball, you can dodge a prophecy.
Please.
You still owe me $300? It's 300 schmeckle, not schmeckles.
You guys want to try to go down there?
Honestly,
What were the Greek currencies?
Uncomfortable this spot is. I'm almost down to move.
What if
Coins?
that's worse?
I know.
They're coins of some kind. What was the currency called?
Harder to get out.
Drinking Ivan popcorn time? Let's go, Damon.
We can try and do a couple of EVPs.
I am feeling good. I am feeling real good.
Because maybe these devices aren't as easy for them to communicate through.
Started with a D, didn't they?
Either that or they may think that we're
Drama? No, that's...
and they don't trust us.
I know India, I think. Does India have a currency, ancient currency called drama? Or am I thinking of the social caste?
Now, if it was a good spirit, I feel
I
like
know it's karma, isn't it?
Something, or they're letting us
Drachma.
There's a lot of innocent.
Was drachma Greek?
What?
Okay, someone is standing here with us.
Did
Maybe it's
drachma.
whoever got lost. It just said right. I think you're right.
Drama?
There's someone here that's like trying to help us.
Yeah, that sounds like the Greeks. That sounds like the Greeks. They're known for being dramatic.
Trying to either warn us or this entity is trying to lure us away. Okay, let's make our way, I guess, down into the canyon and see if we can
Get out!
Right, get out. They don't want us to go down.
Dude, the card said that this entity is basically has you already chained up.
Yep.
Has you already in their hands.
Dude, this is weird.
We came here for some answers. If it starts to get really bad, all right, no matter what, the three of us stick together, all right? But if it gets
If it
bad,
starts to get really bad, okay, define really bad.
we made it down to the canyon. It was kind of a long walk.
Okay, go to the Kofi then.
It did sound like like after River stopped talking, I heard like crumbling coming down the rocks, like if another rock were to start falling. The first thing we wanted to do when we got here is do an EVP.
Oh god, it's EVP time. Hail Ratma! Hail Ratma! Oh my goodness.
Whoever's around us, if you
Praise
can hear my
be to
voice,
Ratma.
This device in my hand will give us the ability.
Okay, have we had enough of the Spirit Talker on my end?
We are going to go ahead and ask a couple of
just the random cut-ins. We're here to help. Go to the Kofi. Every $10 gets a Wheel of Punishment.
This land provides. We are calling out to you. We need to talk. We need the information.
Okay.
Gnarly headache. No bullshit. I just got a gnarly headache.
You good?
Yeah, just
The spirits are shy.
Through my whole head.
They're scared. They're scared, as they should be. Alright, hold on.
We are trying to find out who has been watching us.
Explanation time for anybody who's new here. This is an old Panasonic Electric digital recorder. This one was particularly built back in the late 80s. Annoyingly, it is one of the worst digital recorders ever made. It was produced less than a year and was cut from the shelves a long time ago because of its terrible quality. However, ghost hunters in the present day took it up as, wait, that's not terrible quality. This digital recorder is actually picking up the voices of the dead. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. So these digital recorders are going for upwards of about $300 on eBay. If you want to look them up, you can probably find them on eBay. Context. Every time we come to this, every time they pull it out, I do an explanation for it. Because nobody really asks, but it's one of those things I want to explain, that they're using the world's worst digital recorder and then claiming that the sounds that come out of it. That's what I want to do, Sunstar, is I don't want people to fall for this same sort of like paranormal shenanigans when there's no reason to. Also, I'm turning off the Spirit Talker app. I'm turning that off and getting rid of that. But time to make a merry-go-round video about it. Maybe someday we'll do it. We'll do a video on this kind of things.
Who has been around?
I've considered it. I've considered it.
The cards. What exactly?
It's not a glitch. It's a feature. Ghost interference. Yeah. Buy 6 for my ghost hunting adventure. Listen, if you want, like, I know Papa Mutts does like ghost hunting on occasion. If he wants to take the professional's opinion, I don't know what to call myself. I'm like the weird like reverse professional. The one that's like, I understand why they use this and here's why it's wrong. Here's why it's wrong. A go-rounded video. Now you're just talking crazy. Actually releasing a video on YouTube? Pfft, never.
Mysterious. What sort of beings are really here?
It's the skeptic version of knowing like why they do it and the reason they do it, while also not completely dismissing it. I understand that they do it because it gets the energy and the kind of things that they can react to that their audience loves. Where's our Marin content? I'm sorry, it's scary. It's scary. Me, the professional hater and debunker. But I don't hate these guys. I think these guys are pretty cool. I really do. I think these guys are fucking neat.
Like towards us, right?
To me, it sounded the same direction where you heard.
But the thing is, it depends on the level of.
That's like a bighorn sheep or some shit.
Like I think they're genuine.
Yeah,
I think I'd like to think that they believe and they're not just cheesing it most of the time.
As long as it's not a mountain lion or a 7-foot-tall alien, we'll be okay.
I feel like I would rather it be a freaking alien than a mountain lion.
Skinwalkers here as well, so imagine that.
All right, Swalker mentioned drink up, kiddos. All right.
Something about Skinwalker. Imagine both of you just.
I've seen entirely fake channels before. I wouldn't be too shocked. I don't think these guys are faking it.
Here we go.
Mostly. Oh, God, I hate that. God, I hate that. God damn it, Wizlock. Yeah, Swalker mentioned, what was that? That was rule 1, isn't it? Yeah, that's rule 1. Fairbanks. Welcome in, Fairbanks. It's literally just static, dude. It's literally just static. Oh, Ambi, thank you for the 500 bits. Even bigger than usual, bag of love. Aw, thank you for the 500
Or
bits.
they are coming for you?
It's nice. It is nice entertainment. That's regardless. It is entertaining to watch.
You can't hide from it. Oh my God, you can't hide.
And I think the reason I like them the most is because they're entertaining all the way through. While they're goofy at like the beginning and generally like understanding, having all 3 of them there as opposed to say like Josh Goes Exploring or any of like the solo ghost hunting channels, these guys all work together really well to stay entertaining in a genuine way. A direct installer? Ooh! Give me. Wait, wouldn't I still need an account? I don't know. I don't know my account information. Why is this place so mysterious? Show that I do care? Thank you, Empty. Oh.
Whoa, that's a clear one. It's real.
Clear what? Motherfucker, that's static. Motherfucker, that's static. That's literally just static. Does that counts as the hearing things that aren't actually there? That's a drink.
Whoa, that's a clear one.
Oh,
It's really
okay,
quiet,
interesting.
but that's clear.
Why is this place so mysterious? What sort of beings are really
Plague, thank you for the 100. Oh my God, you started a hype train. Holy shit. To the normal? Oh, okay.
Saying, like,
I do know on the forums though, when you ask them if you can play the classic one though, they often tell you just go play Legends. Just go play Legends. You should just go play Legends if you can't get into classic.
You can't see.
Whoa.
Maybe.
If you
Okay.
are standing around, you might as well tell us what you want.
Dude, like, how do I know this place? How do I know you people? You live here, asshole!
Can you tell us what happened to you?
Awkward sounds for recording. Awkward sounds for recording. Plague, thank you for another 100 bits. Holy shit, dude.
Am I tripping, or do you guys still hear?
Legends make them money?
It's almost like
True.
distant voices. Or
That's
like
always
a
true.
Piece of a conversation that you can.
It's the thing though. People believe legends. People do. People genuinely do. the mass majority of people will believe any legend you tell them and be like, wow, that's crazy. As long as there's like enough detail to be like, yeah, that's possibly plausible. Again, though, with every legend, there's a certain level of suspension of disbelief and understanding that you have to throw out. Secret World legends? Yeah. 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 I've never seen this place. I've never seen this place before in my life. The grounds, you fucking dork. Oh, yeah, got that. Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah. Again, though, my point still stands. I still like to talk about legends and how it pertains to people that make their living off of doing paranormal investigations. Legends are their best friends because when it comes to a lot of people, they will suspend their disbelief further than reality if you tell them it's a legend, it's a myth, anything like that. It's like any average Christian would probably be like, you tell them the legend of the thunder god of this mountains, and they'd be like, oh, okay, that's crazy. That's really interesting. And they'd like believe it partially that like, maybe there is a thunder god that another culture believes in here. Do they believe it's an actual god? Who knows? That probably depends on the Christian.
You know, like
what's the green stuff on the ground? It's a Grinch that I melted down because it's not Christmas.
It sounds like someone is talking.
Yeah, like little chunks of voice.
Huh?
Dude, I'm telling you.
You know, like whispering or distant voices, or like a piece of a conversation that you can hear. You know, like whispering.
My dude, that's static.
Just carrying.
That's static.
While I was looking around, I was like, what the It sounds like someone is talking.
Yeah, like little
legends tend to have something historical reasons.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Usually, but a lot of the times it's due to like
reading.
Like in the case of a thunder god, my expectations would be weather.
It's insane. There is something
being near a mountain or on a mountain range, you can end up with extremely sudden and surprising thunderstorms.
I want to say we caught it on audio.
While they may not be frequent, they will often be powerful, like very powerful.
But we won't be able to find out if we caught it.
I mean, if it gets you money and you're already in it, true. Also true. They're colored with static? No! Not static! X-1000%, I think true believers think they're Mulder, but he's in a whole other league. It's sad, really? Hold on.
Okay.
Again, static. That's another drink, buckos. Living in a valley understands weather. Correct. The thing is, though, with our modern understanding of weather, people didn't have that. Hell, 150 years ago. Like, weather to them was kind of random, kind of spotty. Hope to God that you had somebody that could be like, hey, we had a previous, like, before when I would see clouds like that, that would mean that there was going to be a huge storm. Better go warn the town to close their shutters and be ready for a bad storm. All relevant information. If you need any help, then just let me know. We can chat off stream about it. Just want to keep distracting you from stream. No, totally fine. I will probably take a look afterwards as long as I'm not absolutely ass blasted post stream. Listen, as long as we don't end up with the possession, I'm probably going to be fine. Probably. Thank you for the 100 bits, Corrosive. Holy shit. Also did the... Okay, the hype train didn't end. Holy shit, 800 bits. Thank you, guys. Strom. It's a Strom. Sheep go around is flying, but unmad and sheep... Wait, what? Unmad?
That was a clear yes.
That was
what? Hold on.
Are we in danger being here?
Hold on, I'm trying to hear the yes. No, hold on, go back. That's something like scraping something. That's a sound. You know what? We'll keep that one. That's not a drink.
That was a clear
Did you have the drink the bottle for possession, right? No, it's finish the drink. Finish the drink for possession.
You know what I want, and then
Weather is heckin' magic. My brain will sometimes forget that when it's raining for me, doesn't mean it's raining everywhere. You fucking dork. You fucking dork. That's cute. That's cute, though.
This whole entire area.
Well, you mean it's not raining in Texas? It's raining here.
Died here, like over centuries.
Anyone could be speaking with us.
Anyone could be speaking with us. Anything could be.
Man, this rain's crazy. What do you mean? It's sunny as shit here.
This whole place is so massive.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of just like luck of the draw, whatever we come across, you know.
Chug a 1 liter vodka bottle.
That was such a defined like path. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Welcome in, John. We're playing a drinking game. If they end up with possession, because sometimes these things do end up with quote possession, where they say that they got possessed or almost got possessed or some shit like that. That means we have to finish our drink because we're doing a drinking game for this.
3 random cards that didn't make sense. Those all.
You're stealing the sun.
Not a good outlet.
Sun bad, moon cool. Yeah.
See what someone else would view that as. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Someone that's good at tarot reading in general.
Possessed when I became Christian was a fun experience. What?
Get some other opinions on 3 cards.
I mean, I could give Christopher a call in the morning.
Okay.
And see what he says.
We might have to.
Please come and talk to us.
It's almost like we were drawn down here for a reason.
Okay. Wait, drawn down here? Y'all haven't gone anywhere. You've been in the same spot this whole time.
All right, obviously a lot of people.
Aside when you said you heard like the voice and you went to go check on that one camera that's in the distance. That red light over there.
Haunt you. Whoa, part of the reading.
Haunt you.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with his nails too. The like white nails with the black rim.
There is a specific area. Even when these people die and they go missing, what if something, someone, animals, whatever it is, takes all of them to one specific area? Just like ants. They'll take.
Okay. Can I get possessed by the big anime titty ghost? Why, Ember? Do you want to become? Do you want to become your character?
Yeah.
That's egg behavior, Ember. That's egg behavior, sir.
Okay, but ants, what they'll do is they'll take, one of their dead ones and they'll put it in a fire. It's like a trash. Oh!
Become the real Ember Ushi.
Dude.
Become possessed by ghosts. Is Marin? I'm not the one who's egging again. Ember. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, we were told that through the cards. Eager.
Well, thank you.
Eager for what? What are you planning?
Got possessed by Johnny Silverhand. He is a handsome devil. I will give you that.
Death.
Guys.
Death. Hold on.
Eager.
Are we onto the fucking apps again?
Do you plan on adding us to this?
Are we onto the phone bank apps? Okay, yeah, that's the app.
Okay, whoa. We were pretty much warned not to come down here.
Okay, I have to ask. Hold on a second. I'm trying to double check the name of this app. It's the Necro something. Oh, I can't fucking read it. Yeah, bro. Do we need to add to this? When they make an O face, we have to take a drink. Hi, Hora. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? What's today? Today is Thursday. I am... That's probably a good explanation. Seriously giving the demon the key to the door? Okay. Out of touch Thursday? It's out of touch Thursday. We'll go with out of touch Thursday. Work week over and big chillin'? Hell yeah. Listen, I've been over here drinking. We're playing a drinking game. I'm on my second one. And I'm a lightweight.
There could be like an area. I don't know.
Okay. Can I get a shout out for Hora?
What if there is literally a graveyard?
I just realized, is his bag a Louis Vuitton fanny pack?
Death is here?
Wait.
Death is here? What?
Death is here. Look at my arms, dude.
Okay, wait.
They can zoom in? Zoom in?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, just in case, have the EMF meter.
Okay, I don't think that counted. I don't think they didn't zoom in on his arms. They didn't zoom in on his arms.
Earlier, how I was talking about how there's like several.
Am I so out of touch? No, I'm out of time. Am I out of touch? No, it's the kids that are wrong.
There was one story I was reading about in specific that spoke about how.
Thank you for shouting out Hora. Y'all should all go check out Horatius.
Only their heads or without their heads.
Whoa.
Oh, no way.
Remember when it said
cute belch is what I'm here for? That was not a cute belch. That was like a... Belches come from like the diaphragm, so every time I belch, they're always like... They're really deep.
Wait, Is that what gives this mountain its
Although
power?
sometimes I do get the ones that are like silent. I kind of prefer the silent ones because they're less embarrassing.
Like Thunder Mountain, Native Americans believed that it was a...
Hold on, I'm gonna drink some water really quick.
Who is watching us?
Whoa.
Died.
Wait.
Gamer girl diaphragm.
Guys.
Jesus.
That was full red. That was just...
Hydrate the go-rounds. I did drink.
Hundreds present died.
Okay, there it is. Necrometer.
Are you around?
That's what the
Can
app's
you do
called.
that again?
Goofy
That
having a
device just
fucking
picks up how much
screen
power
interface
and
for
energy
it.
you have. Oh god, it's weird.
Okay.
We're in the middle of the desert.
I'm hearing some odd...
Him just holding it up to his bag.
odd stuff. It sounds like somebody
Okay.
is watching us.
And River heard all those voices. You said it sounded like...
Drink your water. Now this is the threat. I did drink water.
People trying to let us know something important.
What is the thing running down my sleeves?
Some
Oh, here.
stories.
Energy. I have shadow arms
That was something alive.
and great hips.
Where are you right now?
Anyway, not ghost time. Back to ghost time. Hello.
Why do we do shit like this? Why do we do shit like this?
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Connection to the outside world at all for these is wild. That's not...
Divine Face sets fire to the pool again. How do you keep setting the pool on fire? How do you keep setting the pool on fire?
You know what I'm saying?
And like...
It's not windy.
You rat fucking bastard.
Kangaroo mice, rabbits, things like that. But this late at night,
Hmm.
they're either asleep or they're not big enough to make the sounds that we're hearing.
Can you see us?
I
We're
mean,
only
you'd be
asking all
surprised
these
how much
questions
noise like a
because we want
scorpion could
answers.
make,
Are you trying to
especially
tell us
when it do be scurrying.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you
Or
touch
Dane
this
sets
and
marbles
get
on
to
fire.
it?
Marbles.
Get close to it. This little box in my hand.
Your hips are distracting the ghost. Derailing ghost investigations with hips.
That's full red, guys.
Guys, there's just movement right behind us. Did you hear that?
Yeah. It said 4 spirits just now also. So there's 4 of you here, is that correct? Can you touch this again for yes?
Tool! Why? No, that's not a good idea.
That's some pretty broken English,
Why would
Sean.
that be a good idea?
That's some pretty broken English. I barely understood it.
You talking about the land?
They flipped the bitch is my favorite quote from Clone High.
Theory that,
Oh my
like,
god.
Spirits don't have a
Nothing bad ever happens to the
Some people
Kennedys.
think they can read your mind, or they already know what's gonna
Ah,
happen. Just like
gotcha.
the
You're
tarot
on
cards,
mobile?
right? They already know what's gonna happen. I was just gonna ask, are you trying to tell us that the
Sets
land
Ordain
is
on fire. Ordain now does 5 plus 5
Like
fire
it's a box.
damage. Shit. Should not be buffing
You
Ordain.
can touch this one more time. We'll turn out the lights
Touch.
for 30 seconds.
Oh, touch the EMF thing. Okay. 30 seconds.
What if that's like a horrible idea?
What if your
Do you think
giant
lights
ball
would
shows
really
up
stop
in that 30
ghosts?
seconds, though?
Oh, you're right.
Chad, do you think lights would stop ghosts? My ass go sit in a dark room for 6 hours and we go find out.
We actually should.
I don't know. What do you think?
Okay. 30 seconds.
Your native language? Wouldn't that mean that's your first language?
Ready?
On the count of 3.
1, 2, 3.
Ah, touching the EMF thing? Oh my goodness. How scandalous.
Where are my children? What?
Oh, okay.
That's
This
not
is
a
the
good
this
sign.
is
What
the
do you
this is
mean?
the timer for how long they're leaving the lights
Why
off.
did you want us to turn off the lights? This is weird, dude.
Yeah, this is not as fun as I thought.
Before
Really
marriage.
uncomfortable.
Holding
The only
hands.
thing
Holding
you can
hands
see
before
is
marriage.
The sky, but outlines of bushes, mountains.
But I'm dummy thick and the clap of my ass
Are you
cheeks
able
keeps
to
alerting
show
the
us something now
EMF.
that the lights are off? Can
When
we
your
see
ass
something?
cheeks are so powerful, they
Use all
release
your energy,
thunder that
please.
then keeps setting off the EMF.
Nervous. Who else does?
Because fun fact, these goofy little EMF readers will be set off if you put them anywhere near like electrical
In
shit.
the middle of this
Unprotected electrical shit.
and the demon.
Are those legends true then?
Yeah, is that Greek?
Guys,
Is Greek the oldest language? Nobody speaks Latin anymore.
That sounds big. It's still going.
Hold on.
we hear you.
Go back. When did the footsteps start?
Do you hear that?
Listening?
That sounds big. It's still going.
We hear you.
Okay, there's no footsteps there. I'm gonna call that a drink.
Can we turn them back on?
Yeah,
Here, I'm gonna turn the volume up in my ears.
Light would show up. Imagine we turn the lights on, and there's a
Because this may be bad, because I don't hear things that, like,
mountain lion just standing in the pathway.
I would.
priests and doctors speak Latin. Yeah, but they don't.
I must.
They don't speak. Doctors don't speak Latin. What? Priests speak Latin in certain religions. It's not speak, though, typically as in, I learned this to be a language I speak normally. This is a language I learned to perform ceremonies, masses, baptisms, whatever you want to call it. It's a ceremonial language now. There's not a nation that speaks Latin.
Go now? What the Why do you have to leave?
Latin and Polish collages? Collages or colleges?
Somebody also trying to let us know.
Collages or colleges?
And now there's something else that's here.
Medical language is mostly Latin. Medical language is mostly English.
Also, you know, if it is a different spirit using the term demon, I mean.
Oh, never mind. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
We're trying to joke around to like lighten the mood.
Never mind. Yeah, the proper nouns of medical practice are often
use that term for something
Latin.
They didn't think existed.
Wait, something just hurt. Why did something just hurt?
Those cards? Like
hello?
What happened to you, or what might happen to us? I just want to let you know.
I felt the pain shoot through my shoulder for some reason.
In these mountains, we are trying to uncover the truth.
What language did Merritt learn for Dark Carnival shenanigans? Enochian.
Is there somewhere in specific we can go?
Native Eldritch tongue. Enochian.
How crazy would that
be? The language of the angels. What's the best way to take power away from God? Steal his language.
The story is true.
Inside of Italy, and they all speak Latin. They speak and know Latin. If you're talking about the Catholic Church, again, that's ceremonial. That's not the language they all speak to each other.
No, guys, it's a devil.
Devil?
We pulled the devil from evil.
Did it?
Run.
The story is true. Run.
The story is true.
The cards.
Guys, dude, I don't often, like when I chill up, I don't often chill up.
Again, they're using a word bank app that has the sole purpose of trying to keep people on the topic of what... Oh, sorry. I thought there was a crack in my glass for a second. I ran my thumb over the glass because I'm holding it because I don't want to knock it over. Thought it was broken for a second. Same with Irish dead language. Irish is different. Irish was attempted to be forced out of the Irish people by the English. That's two different things. So can we defeat God with Duolingo? I don't think Enochian's on Duolingo. Did I do the Italian right? That's not Latin.
No.
Italian.
Guys, it's a devil.
Devil?
We pulled the devil card.
Hold on.
No.
I need to pause it real quick. Hold on. I'm sorry, but that look is so fucking funny. Isn't on the other side talking to them? Oh my god. I think it sounds like the Mortis voice, which I'm pretty sure is based off of like an old Microsoft text-to-speech program. I mean, hold on. Let me check my streak on Duolingo is real quick. Oh, come on. 105. My Duolingo streak is 105.
We pulled the devil card.
Run, devil.
Dude, I don't often.
India speaks Gaelic. Her mother demands it in her house.
Everywhere, my legs are completely frozen.
Who?
I don't know, dude. This is probably not a good idea.
The best language I don't know.
Talk to somebody who knows more than us about our reading.
But yeah, colonizing forces have typically tried to force native languages out of people. Welsh, Irish, any of the native languages, hundreds of languages gone.
On when you need to stop. You know what I'm saying? And right now, that was
the bird will teach me nothing. The bird.
Full-on circle of.
The bird.
What happens if we don't run?
I feel bad. Like I don't feel good at all.
No, I'm feeling weird. Like
panicky.
Polish by the zany Germans? Oh my god.
My whole body feels weird.
Alright, you have my curiosity. Hold on.
Weird. I have the headaches and you've got the emotional side of it.
Whoa. What if each card is
oldest European language?
Yeah, me too.
Okay, I have no idea.
Ooh, Scara.
I'm no professional. I mashed up the cards.
What happened? What?
Origins remain unknown. Renowned linguists and historians believe that it can be a direct descendant of the language spoken by the dwellers of the caves of Altamira, Akane, and Lascaux.
There was something next to the.
But then the very next one says it's Greek.
Okay.
Okay, there's a bunch of different answers here. Hold on.
Do you guys see the sun coming up? We've literally been here that long.
Well, yeah, the hike in took like hour and so. Guys,
wait, is the sun coming up already? That means it'd be like 6 a.m.
Your arm. Where'd that scratch come from?
I don't know.
Move your lights, everybody. Has that been there? Be honest.
I have no idea.
Write it down. Write what down?
I don't know. That could be
Okay.
from the hike. I have no idea.
Or the old one. It's the fact that each one is different. Like, there's a bunch of different websites here, and they like there's Greek, there's Basque something.
Guys, look at my arm.
That's it.
Hold on, that has to be it. If we don't write this down by the end of our
Greek being over 3,000 years old, Basque being over 2,000, Irish Gaelic being 1.5 thousand, Latin being 2.5 thousand, Armenian being 2.5 thousand, Lithuanian being 1.5, Latvian being 1,000,
You have no permission.
Welsh being 1.4 thousand, Albanian being 2,000, and Faroese being 1,200. Again, though, it looks like Greek is the oldest by a significant portion. Linguistic isolate, unrelated to any other language, predates the Roman Empire and remains a cultural cornerstone. Yeah, Greek seems to be the de facto oldest of European languages. How old was Albanian? Give me a second. I'm pulling it up again. Albanian. 2,000. Over 2,000. It roots from the Illyrian language. Albania, Kosovo, North Macedonia. Unique Indo-European language with its own branch, retains distinctive linguistic features. There is a problem, though, sometimes. Whenever you call yourself the oldest one, it's more based on archaeological records than it is based on cultural pride and everything. And a lot of the times, countries will try to pride themselves on whatever features they seem to be the oldest. Albion is different from Albania. More denized. Albanian. Yeah, I was gonna say Albion is England. But I don't know what the Illyrian group is. So let me see real quick. Roots. No, I did not want to share. Illyrian, copy. What is the Illyrian? Indo-European speaking people who inhabit the Western Balkan Peninsula in ancient times. Group of Indo-European speaking Balkan Peninsula constituted one of the three main Paleo-Balkan populations along with the Thracians and the Greeks. Yeah. Still Greek. Still Greek current has the oldest standing European language.
Okay.
Londinium? Do not bring up Londinium.
About to come out.
What time is it?
Could be worse. What's that one made? Stalinium? Was that what it was? What was that one made up Soviet Russia metal?
Not very good. With the 3 cards that we pulled, everything we're getting out of the devices right now.
I'm making it out. I am not going to be part of the legend.
Okay, it was selenium. The metal that never existed.
Oh, that's scary. This is getting progressively
It's
more
propaganda.
Maybe we make our way to the car back to the campground. Make it fun.
Oh yeah, Chinese is like the oldest language in the world. May be Chinese. Let me see here real quick. Probably not, but let's see.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Let's get the out of here.
Really? Y'all are leaving already? Oldest language in the world.
Okay, night 2. We are back. But this time,
Egyptian?
We brought some special guests to help us basically understand what happened to us last night.
Who
So if
are
guys
you?
Would, please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Linda, spiritual practitioner, reader.
Okay, Sumerian and Egyptian are the oldest languages that we currently know. I think Chinese, though, is the longest running language. I think it's the longest running language. Because, like, ancient Egyptian is not the same. Well, there isn't a modern Egyptian language, if I remember correctly. They speak Arabic.
I started to feel a shift. Like, the air kind of got thicker. And I noticed that there are two different types of energies that are currently here. There is the non-malevolent energies.
Fake science time, kids! Take a drink!
Which are the energies that mean no harm to anyone. And there are the watching energies. These are the energies that are protecting over their land. They are watching over their ancient grounds. Because this ground itself...
She can say whatever she wants at this point. She is supposedly the expert.
That's amazing. So, off the bat, last night,
we got... In order for the case of this, because these guys decided that they were bringing in these people as experts, they have to take them at face value in order for this shot to look good. Even if what she said is just spewed from her mouth, they have to say that's like, wow, that's incredible. That's amazing.
Somebody's watching.
Shots.
Like actually multiple that were watching us.
You might feel confused, cold, watched. Watching. Now, you also
yes,
said
that is in fact what a word bank on your phone said. It said watching.
Even as we're walking, I will be saging. This is going to cleanse and protect us from any malevolent spirits that will try to attach onto us.
Okay. Do we count that as fake science, or are we giving her benefit of the doubt for the general? We also have an ad break, so let me get y'all the fishing game. Do we count that as junk science or fake science, or do we let her have that one because generally believing we didn't start the fire? I mean, I can play that. So hold on a second. I have the new version. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Hi, Hazza. How are you doing? All right, chat. I have just under half a drink. Every step is sacred ground. Buyer description. But it's no, I was gonna say, I don't think we're gonna even the ground, so I am gonna take another drink on this one. Junk science, sage. To many cultures, to many native religions, sage is a cleansing product. It is useful to many types, especially spiritual people. Science-wise, it's junk. So we're gonna take a drink. All right, guys. We're gonna take that commercial break. I'm gonna go refill a drink. I need to hit the bathroom really bad. But I will be back in a second. Good luck. Okie dokie. All right, what's going on? What did I miss? Who died? I also realized I basically over here, I've been slowly making like fucking jungle juice in this glass. Because every commercial break, I've gone to like basically refill it since I have time. And each time I've added more gin, but then I pour in a different beverage. I've thrown in orange juice. I've thrown in like an orange V8. And now I just threw in like a strawberry banana thing that was in the fridge. And I was like, huh, I've made a monster. It looks weirdly like carrot juice right now. Grislin died of death. Oh, Grins is dead. Who killed Grizz? Ordain? Did you kill Grizz? What did you do? Also, hold on. I just realized I have a bunch of programs open that I don't really need open. Okay, there we go. There we go. Fishermen have made fun of me. Listen, fishing is hard. Fishing's about patience and waiting. Ooh, that's a good look at Marlin. All right. Put you away. Bring you up. Sorry, Sturgill. All right. You can't prove anything? I don't know. I got eyes all over the place, don't you know? Hi, Emot. We turned our usual bashing ghost hunters and stuff into a drinking game. It's not going well. It's not going well. I'm held together by sheer integrity of character.
I don't sense any malevolence yet, but this is just a safe measure for us.
I don't sense any malevolence yet.
And prepares us to walk through.
We've already had our drink on junk science, so.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Lighter. Can I light on camera?
Yeah.
Collecting the special edition eyes of Beard
You can do whatever you want.
So everyone just needs to come in agreement. Let the spirits know that we come into peace with this land. We are coming in with the intention of just knowledge and understanding.
Who's the guy in the background? They have not said who the dude in the turquoise polo is.
We mean no harm, and we hope that every
his boobs are out.
Comes to
He's
us.
breasting boobily.
So I'm just gonna
immeasurable in how small it is.
All right.
What we'll do is just walk the trail.
Alex Jones.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and say that through this journey, this new
Maybe.
series that we've been working on, we are running into more.
Ordain did it. He's just a guy.
Readings with us and stuff, but we did try to do a tarot reading. We did the
number of people I've seen on this channel that is just like, I'm a shaman, I'm a witch, I'm a mystic.
Right now, the ground feels like it's holding its breath. There's a lot of tension right now. It's like we're being observed. Are you guys feeling?
I don't think this is junk science. This isn't like fake science stuff. This is just, I don't know what to call this. No, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. That's seemingly, they brought them in as experts. This isn't Arizona, so it is possible they are part of any of the nearby reserves, that this is technically their old lands. So they could be genuine. They probably genuinely believe such things and many of the stuff that they're doing. But as of right now, there's no full telling.
It is.
I honestly think that I honestly think that the people that these guys bring on their show believe in the stuff that they say. Because they brought in witches and stuff before. You can't see the air quotes, but I hope I put enough emphasis in it that it sounded like air quotes. And shamans and mystics for tons of their different other investigations. And while I may not believe in them and see them generally as hucksters, I think the people that they bring on genuinely believe in their power. At least I'd like to hope so, rather than just finding out that these people are genuine fucking clowns. They say the majority of the time. True, what, Sakum? True. That doesn't mean I'm not going to make fun of them. I will still make fun of them.
The further we go,
there are things to learn from legend stories and tales. It's just not to take them literally, like directly literally. It's a poor decision to do something like that.
We'll start to feel some heaviness, and you might start to feel some pain in the upper respiratory, so up in the shoulders. And
yeah, because you're burning sage.
That's what happened last night.
It's called asthma. I mean, you are kind of shining lights at each other.
Presence of the energies of the spirits. I apologize.
Wow. You guys know a lot more than us about this area, this land. Like, what do you believe that is here? Everybody says there's everything.
There is a little bit of everything. You have Native American shamans. You have so many entities. There's so many.
Say hell. Say Swalker. Say Swalker. She probably won't. She probably won't.
Crawlers. It's a lot of.
God damn it, that counts. That's it. She said skin crawlers. That counts. Hi, Pumpkin. Welcome in. Ah, Jesus. Okay, this one's still not nearly as strong as the first one I made. Had fun the entire night. Not the ads, not the fucking death whistle. The whistle.
Besides all that, you have a different presence that's not from here.
Yeah. What do you guys think that is?
That is the energies. I'm gonna say it. Go ahead. There's a lot of
her waving her phone around while she's doing it feels like it's like kind of diminishing the principle. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be drunk. We're less than halfway in. Fuck, dude. Fuck.
A lot of UFO activity around here. 100%.
Why is that dude built like a death whistle face? I can see it. I can see it.
Presenting themselves as more on the malevolent side, but also we did feel the more positive energy that was trying to warn us.
Okay, it seems like they cut ahead and now they're not. Oh, nope, they're still here. Okay, never mind.
I don't know. Last night it was a lot different than what we usually
Never mind, we're fine. The crawler of skins.
Evil, of course.
Well, this is the land of versus good and evil.
Yeah.
Now, as you guys are.
Huh? What? Who to what now? Okay, that's a claim. Are we gonna? Okay, I'm gonna unpause it, and I honestly think she's just gonna say that and move on. She was the one who implied these two energies. She then says the land itself is a situation of versus good and evil. She's using her own evidence to make her own claims. And even then, it's still really iffy. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
They're starting to walk. You'll start to get a sense that there is two different forces. And right.
The way she talks too, though, is she feels like she's guiding, if that makes sense. She's like guiding the feelings that they're supposed to feel. She talks like a tour guide. And is essentially like telling them what they're supposed to feel, which is not how you would intrinsically let somebody have their own experience. I'm trying to think that's not burying the lead, is it? No, that's not burying the lead. Yeah, the suggestion. A suggestion is always an old trick. Again, I don't know if she believes this or if this was the way that she was also taught. And she doesn't understand these methods. Subliminal feels telling, kind of, pretty much. That's one way to put it. I have a suggestion, Indy. What's the deal? What's wrong? Go on. What's up, Indy? What's the deal?
Right here.
What's the suggestion? Is it come play Mecha Break?
Sound. It feels like gunshots. Like I can feel a person being betrayed, like literally.
Huh? Oh. Okay, what do you want me to do? 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, 20 squats. What's the deal? You gotta tell me what you want me to do. It's very haunted because 5 people died in it. How about the French border where millions of people died? Correct. You pick. Ooh. Chat, do you want to pick? What are y'all thinking? Push-ups? This house is haunted. It's haunted because I said so. Because the books fell off the bookcase. How about Paris, which is on top of an entire labyrinth filled with human bones? Also true. Pull-ups? I don't have a pull-up bar. Can't do that. Burpees? Fuck you, Watsuku. All right, we're doing push-ups. If y'all are being shitheads, we're doing push-ups. Blinks. All right, we'll do 10 push-ups.
As soon as we get to the end is where...
When we get to the end, is that where you want to do the tarot?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So there is a female presence coming through. She is full of wisdom. She did not want to move on because she's watching this.
She's
land.
full of fucking what? Huh? Ugh. All right. Oh, I shouldn't have done push-ups. Fucking yesterday was fucking chest and back day. Oh, Jesus. Are you blinking enough? It's a valid concern. What the fuck did she say?
So there is a female presence coming through. She is full of wisdom. She
Then when it comes to push-ups, I go to the gym 4 days a week. So I better at least be able to do 10 push-ups.
did not want to move on because she's watching this land.
I'm getting mind blown. Seriously.
Okay.
How beautiful.
Oh my God. Just the thing is, I don't know if they actually believe it. So it raises the question. I would like to see the results of that. No, they're mine. They're mine to enjoy. Oh shit. Wisdom, move the fuck on. Yeah. Like, why? Why watch the land? Explain. Explain why they would be watching it. Especially if there's also, weren't they walking on a sidewalk earlier?
The moon is. It was really bright. Look at that. And
Do you have abs? Pretty close. I do sometimes eat like garbage though, so.
It's coming out. So the fact that we're uncovering things in the land during a full moon, that's not a coincidence.
Ah, yes, an auspicious night, if you will. How auspicious of a night could it be? Also, do they ever say their names? Whenever they introduce themselves, do they say their names?
That's karmic.
Welcome to night one. Currently, we are.
I'm not that jacked. I'm fit. I think I'm pretty fit. I would not say I am jacked. Definitely not jacked. My grandma made fun of me over the weekends when Sunday rolls around, which Sunday is Arms Day out of the week. And she like reached over and like grabs my arms and just like pinches me a little bit. And she goes, "How's that working for you?" And I just went with it. I was like, "Not good." Anyway, later. This sort of shit makes me so happy. Which part? The night for maximum peace and photos. Sorry, I controlled the night for max. Oh my God. How she's excited to tell us they'll definitely, this is their first time explaining this stuff. Yeah, probably.
I'm telling you, dude.
You learn something every day. You guys chose a very, very special night because this is the retrograde moon and a full moon of peace, prosperity, and whatever needs to be wisdom then come out is going to happen this evening.
By any chance.
Oh my God, they did the fucking done again. Oh my God, I forgot. Wait, what? Wait, what did they say? Is that what they said? Did I miss it? Damn, Graham go round brutality. Listen, how do you think I got my attitude? And my judgment. All this wisdom and where's my share? No wisdom. No wisdom for chat. Only shenanigans. Whatever needs to be wisdomed. It's time to be wisdomed.
Chance, do you think that we will be able to uncover...
Look at how he smiles. That's what I think it is.
There's a lot of chitter chat.
I think these guys, I wish I could ask them, but I don't think they would ever admit it over in public or over an interview or anything. I would love to ask them, are they genuine in these moments whenever they talk to these professionals of whatever mystical arts they happen to bring in for these situations? Are they genuine, or is it just like, do you give the best kind of response to avoid any sort of conflict? But all they do is like, that's unbelievable. That's crazy. All words that their meaning in this case entirely depends on the way they're said. And these guys are good at sounding generally positive to their crowd and audience. Like, you could say that's unbelievable in tons of different ways. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. There's wow, that's crazy and cool and I totally believe you, but it's crazy. And opposed to like, that's unbelievable, as in you're full of shit. What you're saying makes no sense. Probably just letting them rattle off. That's what I think it is. That's what I genuinely think it is. And I think a lot of what these guys do is genuinely for the audience. I think that's the most case for like these online paranormal investigators. I do question sometimes how much they believe, I think is the word. Do you really saw that woman in 2? I would not, because I understand how a lot of those classic tricks work. And it's the same thing with most magicians. Generally, magic, stage magic, is trickery. That's kind of all it boils down to. Uzi, welcome in. Slime Raid, bring in the cubes and tentacles. Cubes and tentacles. Okay. How was Night Rain, Uzi? Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mar, and I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into. Today is Thursday, which means we usually do, it could be anything from paranormal investigation, like we're doing now, to urban exploration, random talking, sometimes even more food stuff that we do on like Tuesdays, typically. Today we are doing paranormal twins. And we are looking at Superstition Mountains out in New Mexico. We did turn it into a drinking game, so I do apologize if I fumble my words. I am fairly inebriated. It is generally, yeah, controlling the perspective of the room by suggestion. Yeah, that is what these ladies are doing. And I wouldn't doubt if that's the way they were taught or the way that they were trained in whatever they're doing. Hold on a second. Now, that's the case with a lot of these like mystical arts people, especially if they make their living typically off of tourist tours, or the weirdest way to put it is spreading Indian knowledge to the white man. There's a running joke, if you've ever seen Native American like TikTok or anything. There's a running meme that apparently white people have an obsession to want wisdom from Native Americans and will essentially accept anything they say as law. We tried a few solo runs, played with some friends, tried to take an Everdark Gaping Jaw. I don't know what that is. It got rolled. Okay, I know what that is. What is your subliminal suggestions for this room? Enjoy the content and understand that a lot of things that people do for entertainment and super mystical stuff is mostly charlatan practice. What's the word for charlatan practice? I can't say charlatanery. Charlatanery. It's usually even weird shit can be explained in a certain way. Again, yeah, you can see they're on a sidewalk. It's paved. Can I go back a little bit? Yeah, they're on a sidewalk. There is a sidewalk that apparently leads to this mountain.
Chitter chatter. There are stories that want to be told.
Yes, that's spot on. I mean, last night we were told by somebody.
Chicanery? Chicanery is a good word.
Us to know a story that there is something.
Chicanery? Okay, that's the word.
Secrets.
Yes. Yes.
Is that the word for the activity of being a charlatan?
Do you guys mind going there?
Chicanery is a fun word.
I guess we're just gonna explain like.
Martin Parade is my favorite redeem. I know it's a lot of people's favorite redeem. Oh, real quick though, Raiders, welcome in. We are making the slow crawl towards partners, so if you want to hang out, leave a lurk, do all that jazz, it's always greatly appreciated. I hope you had a good stream, but Uzi, if you need to go get food, hit the bathroom, do all that post-stream jazz, I totally understand. I usually stream until the point I'm like starving, or when somebody's about to be home and I have to just hang up the metaphorical phone. Wiggles will parade. I need to get Sai to see if Sai can make the version that I want to make, because every time I try to make it, I end up just getting these black blotches. Like, I think it's the program crashing or something, but it's just sections of the feed just turn black.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Well then, Lights. Thank you for the... I almost said parade. Thank you for the Armstrong bullying me over here. All right.
I pulled the devil card.
Oh, let's keep going. Oh my god.
And death.
Oh, okay.
So,
a lot of chaotic energy.
And what we were getting is
what was on that bench? There's a bench here.
There are some spirits. They're being
There's something sitting on the arm of that bench.
They cannot get their
Duckstrad, how you doing? Thank you for the cat jam. Well, thank you for the follow too.
Them,
you good? Am I good? I'm inebriated. Not much. I'm still pretty okay. But it's all the stuff that's going on in this. For a bit, chillin'. Yeah, have to lend any help. Oh, thank you, Uzi.
Were talking to us. We got led down this
trail. Go get your water. Every single one of you needs to be hydrated. I have my alcoholic beverage, but I also have a bottle of water here.
To come and speak with us. Okay. So we were getting lots of information, and all of a sudden they said,
Where's our share of the remarinated?
I must go now. And they said there's
remarinated.
A demon, and
there is demonic presence here.
Okay, so there's Watcher energy. There's what was the other one? What was the other energy that they mentioned? It's not nearly that far back. I don't think I'm going to be... Yeah, I'm not going to get a preview of it. It was Watcher energy and some other energy, and now we have demonic energy. It's so weird to me when these investigators do shows like this. Drink water. When they do shows like this, where they'll be like, yeah, the main area is like Native American. And then they can't even stick to one mythology. They'll be like, yeah, there's a portal to hell in the mountains. There's demons here. It's Native American mythology. But then thrown in with Christian mythology, it's ridiculous. The energy is demonic in nature. What does that mean?
There's a couple, there's several, but there is actually one that controls this whole area.
Okay. You're just saying things. I guess. I was gonna say more to that, but it's like alcohol does not hydrate. Drink water. No, I was saying I have water over here. If you did self-care, does somebody redeem self-care? No, I'm gonna drink water anyway. Why would demons be in a mountain? Good fucking question. Again, it's the thing with these legends is they will imply things that to them don't require any sort of evidence. And then whatever they say about this area later is supposed to support what they said previously. At the beginning of this, they said that there's supposedly a portal to hell in these mountains. So now they're saying there's demons here because bad things happen here, because people die here or die under mysterious circumstances, probably dehydration in the fucking desert. Couple of demonic penguins as well. Demonic penguins. I know, listen, penguins, if you know about penguins, like ecology and everything, they're pretty demonic. Leave those fuckers alone. Let them look cute. Disgaea, do not bring up Disgaea.
That's exactly what we got. And not only that, when they said that
all the same things being looked at through different lenses, none of it's real. True. True.
Get out.
Okay.
And as soon as we were
again, I don't believe that. My biggest problem too, though, is they use these apps. They use Necrometer, Ghost Talker, Ghost Seer on occasion, on rare occasions. And immediately they mean nothing to me. But that is the bulk of the things that these guys capture. So every time I hear that stuff, I'm just like, I know it's a word bank. I know it's a word bank on your phone, on your watch, on whatever. That's just spouting out words and listening to you to try and get some context. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're apps. They're just apps on a phone that function like word banks with text-to-speech devices in them. They're very simple.
Oh, what's going on? Then lots of evil.
But yeah, those were the specific names of those apps. That's just why I said those.
Like we have to do certain things at a certain time. That's what time certain evil arises.
Wow.
Okay, are you gonna?
Are you ready to begin?
Yeah, let's
Oh, we're just taking that at face value. It's just we have to do things at certain times so that they sound more auspicious. I'm gonna keep using that word because honestly, I don't know if there's a better word that like specifies it. Mystical? I like auspicious because they'll be like a special time on this waning full moon. is the perfect time to gain wisdom and knowledge from the spirits. 3 a.m. challenges be like. You think they brought the Among Us potion?
Let's go ahead.
Okay, so I am going to go ahead and we're going to open up tarot. It sounds like you guys were attacked yesterday. So I can't even make this.
That's the tower.
I cannot.
No way.
You guys watched me.
Wait, why was that already face up?
So
Very close.
I can't even make this.
That's the tower.
Why are 2 of them face up? But... And they're only using the major arcana. I don't have my deck of tarot cards here. My sister got me a deck of tarot cards years ago. And I still have them somewhere. I think I put them in a box. But they used to be on my desk. They're not here anymore.
I cannot.
No way.
You guys.
Content! Content!
That was the only one.
That one, and then the Hierophant,
Whoa.
The Hierophant.
and then the Three of Pentacles.
Dude, you are kidding.
Okay, so maybe she does have a full deck.
Chaos.
My whole
of
body,
chaos here.
my whole body is chilled up.
Just the finger pointing. Just the angle of the finger pointing.
It's also a symbol and presence of betrayal. Look how they're falling. They trusted this structure to protect and save them, and it fell. So whoever the Hierophant is, this was the person that they were trusting, and this person brought them down. The Three of Pentacles in the reverse. I told you earlier there was a.
Okay, so now she's doing she's counting reverses into the necessity of this. Because of the spirits, Marin spirits did it. Malvin spirits.
Betrayal for money.
What is that emote?
Pentacles is a representation of money. This land
Points.
that we're on has blood spilt for betrayals and for money, but also.
Oh yeah, because you already know the legend of the fucking lost Dutchman mine. Was there any history? I'm curious. Let me look this up. Actually, fuck this. Fuck this. Hold on a second. Superstition Mountains. We'll look at the Wikipedia because that's the easiest conglomerate. I want to know the history. I want to know if there was actually mines in it. Lost Dutchman State Park. Okay, maybe that'll give us a backstory on what the Lost Dutchman is. Circle stone, ancient stone monuments. There's no pictures. The ruins are not a circular space of standing stones. However, like many standing stone monuments found elsewhere in the world, it does have elements of construction that do suggest it was built to track celestial events. Can we do some searching? Circle stone. Superstition Mountains. Any images? This? Those look like... I mean, it's not quite... Okay, Circlestone Rune Azimuths. Superstition Wilderness Area. Tonto National Park. Okay, I'm a little confused. But, okay. Marin Bug. We must... Wait, dolphins! Once I wanted a dolphin after watching a small performance in a water park. I told her with a serious expression, no. Dolphins are pretty demented little animals. I'm not gonna lie. You just don't want to know. Okay, does this have history? Recreation area by Federal Bureau of Land Management, 1972. Okay. Paved roads, sewage treatment, history. Siphon draw, superstition ridgeline, flatiron. It's a trail. Incidents. 2013 skeletal remains are found on a cliff at the park. Later identified to be Jesse Capon, adventurer who was last heard from in 2009, presumed to have died accidentally while searching for the Lost Dutchman gold mine. Hiker found after his mom reported that he did not return from a hike in the park. Fell 700 feet while taking a selfie on top of Flatiron Summit. He was fatally injured. Hiker Christopher Childers was fatally injured in a fall while hiking the Flatiron route. People do be falling. Hey, Katie. I know where Katie is. Only 8,000 was enough to keep the park open? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, there's no mention of like why, other than the Lost Dutchman legend. Okay, here, legends. Legend of the Lost Dutchman gold mine centers around the Superstition Mountains. According to legend, German immigrant Jacob Waltz discovered a motherlode of gold in the Superstition Wilderness and revealed its location in his deathbed in Phoenix in 1891 to Julia Thomas, a boarding house owner who had taken care of him for many years. Several mines have been claimed to be the actual mine that Waltz discovered, but none of these claims have been verified. Was a miner at Vulture Mine, where he likely stole the gold and came up with a secret mine to explain his theft. Legends and lore of the Superstition Mountains can be experienced at the Superstition Mountain Museum at the Apache Trail, where the artifacts of the Lost Dutchman are on display. Some Apaches believe that the hole leading down into the lower world, or hell, is located at the Superstition Mountains. Winds blowing from the hole are supposed to be cause of some severe dust storms in the metropolitan area. Okay. But yeah, it's essentially it's likely he stole the gold from one of the mines that he worked at, as opposed. Wait. German. Okay, because Deutsch. That's funny. He's not even Dutch. Also, this is open because I clicked on his name. I clicked, where is it? Jacob Waltz. I clicked that. It opens to the Lost Dutchman's gold mine. Most famous in American history, Arizona place name expert Bird Granger wrote in 1977, has been printed or cited at least 6 times, more often than 2 other fairly well-known tales. Story of Captain Kidd's Lost Treasure and the story of the Lost Peg Leg Mine in California. People have been seeking the Lost Dutchman's mine since at least 1892, while according to one estimate, 9,000 people annually made some effort to locate the Lost Dutchman's mine. It's not real. It's not real, kids. This is why you need to verify your stories and verify your evidence and tales.
Gathered to do rituals.
AI is watching you turn on selection, specifically turn off. Wait, what?
This soil is filled with ancient
Also, my arm hurts.
traditions, and a lot of these people didn't follow these traditions, and unfortunately when they lost their lives, they were stuck here. And that
did they is that so? You're laying claim that several dead people that you cannot verify any sort of evidence from did something wrong, and that's why they are now invisible, incorporeal entities that seem to haunt the region. How do you, hi dipshit idiot, how do you come to that fucking conclusion? Has always had traditions? Correct.
That's why they roam these lands.
That's insane. That's literally like...
That is insane.
That's intense.
You guys can go back to the footage. I was literally flipping the cards for the shuffle, and you watch me lay them out. The tower comes up.
Okay, but why were you flipping it?
Energy in this land.
Why were you flipping it? Why were there only 3 cards face up?
Does not want you
out of what? 50 something? 53? I forget. How many is there? Chat, who knows how many cards are in a tarot deck? Is it 72?
Because it's in the reverse, it's darkness.
Does she have another card underneath it?
Like super odd. Last night when we're over here, it's pretty calm.
It looks like she had another card underneath it.
The whole entire time.
Underneath the pentacle card.
A huge windstorm just hit as we're leaving. But it was
my phone is cursed in a mind of its own every time I text them. Huh?
Yes.
Autocorrect is crazy.
The Hierophant is controlling.
It sets the tone. You're being manipulated, controlled, or stalked by something with power over you.
Do you believe
we're not even halfway? I know we're not halfway. It
They are essentially saying you either leave
we are not going to be able to finish this. We are not going to be able to finish this, dude. 78. Thank you, Lucian.
That was our reading.
That was.
From now on, if I ever do a reading, this is what I should do. Okay.
So being a sensitive here, guys.
Being a sensitive. If somebody ever tells you they are, quote, a sensitive or a psychic, a shaman, and they have nothing of sorts that seems to indicate that they practice like anything of like some sort of particular tradition, Like, if the person who says that to me could blend in with the average crowd on a day out, I don't believe them. It sounds terrible, but I don't believe them at all. Now, dressed up maybe like some sort of traditional shaman of some other, like, well, obviously tradition. Maybe I will psyker. Oh my god, force sensitive Jedi wizard. It feels like I've known some people. I say known some people that have used the term sensitive because they don't want to claim to be psychic, because being like, I'm sensitive to spiritual energies is somehow more believable to a lot of people than being I'm psychic. I'm psychic. Okay.
Being a really big sensitive and a medium, I'm going to tell you guys.
Okay, we got medium too. As a sensitive and a medium, and if it was me, this is where the wall would come down and it'd be like, I'm not going to believe anything you say after this. Whatever she says is going to be full of shit.
Guys, in a very, very sweet, subtle way, we need to go.
I don't know if you guys want to cut this out, and I don't know if it's safe to say around us, but as our reading was going, I did hear footsteps behind me.
Yes.
Okay, somebody said something. They heard something that nobody else heard. Drink time. Anyway, is he holding a cigarette? He is holding a cigarette.
Saging the cards, I did hear whispering in my ear.
All right, that's 2. That counts as 2. I'm counting that as 2. I mean, you can be sensitive. This is a safe hold house. Hold house. Yeah, you can be sensitive here, but you can't be asensitive. I don't allow asensitives here. Proper noun sensitives. If you slag a title onto the back of your name of being a sensitive, a medium, that comes with like, okay, hold on, let me find. Do I have a confused emote? Like, oh, here, emotes emote. Just that's me. Just immediate, just a bunch of question marks. Just, huh? What about be sensitive? Are there be sensitives? What, Sunstar? What is it? Yeah, the concern look is a pretty good one too. It's just the, huh? Introduce you to Jesus? Oh God. C sensitive? We're not going down the alphabet, you dorks.
If this pool really is that crazy, there is so much.
Pool?
Guys.
Pool?
Something just spoke in my ear.
Really?
Guys.
Okay, we're not counting that one because this is a flashback. Oh goodness.
Man. The land does not want us to uncover the evil that took place.
What are you going to possibly uncover?
Is a negative.
What could you possibly uncover?
Casted out for using his gifts for bad and not for good.
A negative shaman? I didn't hear her say negative shaman. I only saw it on the captions. The land doesn't make the rules. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's. I mean, you should kind of try to live with the land as opposed to like.
Letting go, so we need to go.
Okay.
We need to go.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you guys right now, do not stay any longer than you're supposed to.
I agree.
Are we going to be okay? And is there a...
You're gonna be fine, dude. It's a mountain. It's a mountain in a desert in Arizona. I don't... it says up here in the parentheses, you can see it. The parentheses, we quit. So I'm very curious to see what's gonna make them go running in an hour.
A way that we can be respectful.
Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. The Nega Shaman. The Nega. This is like the Nega Chin. Here comes the Crimson Chin.
You guys need to go. Do tell the land you're here for peace. Make sure.
And that only your love and light leaves with you.
You guys don't think that we came here out of like disrespect?
Oh no.
Thank you so much.
It was amazing.
It was amazing.
It was.
We really appreciate it.
The shamans, not the shamans.
Silence every now and then and see what's around you.
Animals the hardest to track?
If you see anything that looks maybe like a site of a grave.
Define animal. Do you mean mammal or like?
That was insane.
any animal. I would guess, my guess would be something like a, for humans to track would probably be like a rodent or an insect. Bellaventa, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Mammal.
Just about every time now we have a psychic medium.
I'm still gonna stick with rodents. I'm gonna say it's a rodent of some kind. A gerbil. A gerboa.
The reason why they accepted it is because they felt good energy from us and that we mean well. I think we are doing the right thing.
I mean,
we got the information spot on.
I was gonna say, these guys are always like pretty positive.
You can't make it up.
Pretty enjoyable dudes. Again, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think these guys are bad guys or necessarily full-on charlatans. Because they do seem to be enjoying what they do.
Remember, she said the dominant one that's controlling everyone is the malevolent shaman.
You know what she called them? Skin crawlers.
Yeah. Oh my.
Alright, skin crawler mentioned again, kiddos. Take a drink. Oh, I thought you were saying what's the hardest to track. Yeah, humans are the easiest to track.
Yeah, dude. Welcome to night 2.
Yeah, humans are easy as shit to track because we don't really do anything to cover our tracks. And we smell like whatever products we're using.
So the first thing I want to do is
we leave heavy footprints.
Tobacco, since we did get
we have strong smells due to our cleanliness practices
that we got last night. We were told by both of the psychic mediums, thank you again, everything that we got, all that information, 100%. I don't want
100% what? 100% what?
Years ago, thousands
Real?
of years ago, to be upset
No.
at us.
Yeah, that would be bad.
That's not what we're here for. We're here to get information, find out why all of these people are going missing.
So they're being controlled. No. So they haven't had like the possession moment yet. If they have one, the thing is, the in control part was part of the tarot cards. That was part of the tarot cards. That like when they pulled the devil, it was if you smell popcorn in the jungle, you're about to. About to what? Hello?
Did you just hear that?
Not the devil. Yeah, they pulled the devil.
Again, we were just told that clicking noise, which we've heard before, is a way that these entities can communicate. That literally sounds like the Predator.
Dude, what?
That's a bug. That's a bug, my dude. That clicking sound that you hear late at night in vegetation in a desert is a bug that only comes out at night because it's too hot during the day. It's probably not something exactly like a cicada, because cicadas only come out in the summer. Actually, well, technically it is the summer right now. But they're also not known for being out at night. 1 month ago. So if they recorded this, they are wearing like beanies and stuff, but that's, again, desert. It gets cold at night. Ooh, almost knocked over my glass.
We bring a piece off.
This is why I kept trying to keep a hand on the glass. I took my hand off to hit the buttons.
Bad things.
You know that
Crickets? It's probably crickets. It could be locusts. It could be
She also said when the clicking happened.
other kinds of like hard carapace insects.
No, I hear it too. You don't hear it?
No, I
But it's not unheard of at late at night in wild areas to have an insect that does like those repeated clicking sounds. I promise you, it's a bug.
I have some tobacco here that I'd like to give to you.
Where did you get tobacco? It's a cigarette. You brought a processed cigarette.
Let us know what has been taking all of these people.
Can you imagine the insult of coming to a land, a spirit? We're assuming a spirit is real here, and they can project to him, and the offering you bring is a modern day processed cigarette, and not like some wrapped and bound tobacco to smoke in a like hand-rolled cigar kind of fashion. Hey mate, want a ciggy?
Or what has been
that feels like an insult. That feels like an insult. Oh my goodness. Hey guys, we brought you this Marlboro.
We were told last night that this is a giant grave.
You a big fan of Marlboro 100s?
We know that you're watching. Thank you for letting us be here.
This ain't no Newports. This ain't no Newports or Morleys. Ain't no Camels. We bounding the tobacco now? Tobacco. Wait, you're tearing it open?
I'm not gonna litter. Here's our peace offering. Please give us information. Talk to us.
Oh. Okay, well, maybe, I don't know. The way that was so easy to tear open and it seemed like it was loose leaf almost. Maybe it is more somebody's hand-rolled cigarette. So maybe that was actually just straight tobacco.
No disrespect.
Maybe more genuine. Maybe more genuine than I gave them credit for. Let's go smoke a camel. Who smokes camels anymore?
I'm gonna go ahead and turn this device on.
A Monte Cristo shaking my head. The sandwich?
That'll give you the ability to talk
or
to
the
us
cigarette?
And also show us that you are around. So if you see any of these devices
when
on
they
this
ask for a cigar, oh my god!
In front of any of those objects, they may look weird to you. I know. None of them are going to harm you.
I'm gonna throw it at Ghost.
Make noises to let us know that you are around, because we cannot see you with our own eyes.
If they brought American spirits, those cigarettes are terrible. That is appropriation of the maximum.
I'm reaching out. First word.
Okay.
Is this somebody that doesn't mean harm? We're looking.
Where did that come from? Whose phone was that?
That's holding you from
was that his watch? He has the watch on. I can see it.
Is that what's going on?
Hello?
We came all this way.
Wait. I realized I accidentally hit the down arrow. Okay.
Sudden shift of feeling.
I still can't figure out what this thing is. In the middle of the screen, you see this like stick. Is that a camera? To my brain, it looks like a hammer. It looks like a sledgehammer that's just like laying on the ground with the handle straight in the air.
It got really cold.
A little harm in ghost tomfoolery. I think I'd prefer it.
Are you moving?
Is the phone on his watch? Yeah. It's not his phone on his watch. It's literally a specialty product made by the company who made the app. And the watch itself has only the app on it. It's not a smartwatch. It's just a tiny computer that only runs the app. It's not used for anything else. But yes, he's running Necrometer, or I think it's Spirit Talker on it. He's running Spirit Talker on it.
If you don't mind,
they all are.
Watch out, witchcraft.
Witchcraft.
The last card that she pulled.
T-pose. You can't curse me if I'm T-posing. You can't curse me if I'm T-posing.
That kind of witchcraft?
That's what she said. I'm starting to wonder if the warnings.
Make the noise. Turn the video back. I don't need to turn it back because I know it's coming from his watch. I know it's coming from his watch.
I'm starting to wonder if the warnings we were getting yesterday.
Now, some of them are wearing smartwatches, like really bougie smartwatches. But one of them is wearing the Square screen watch, which is the one I'm talking about, the app. The Mountain Watch for the Mountain Talker app for extra profits toward the Varen yachts. Oh my god, I don't think I'll ever be able to afford a yacht. Frankly, I'm okay with that, but if I did, it'd be fucking awesome.
Chaotic energy.
All right, chat, we're living on a boat now. Time to go scuba diving for stream every day.
Step in front of this device right here, please.
Red and blue to turn the call off and on.
Which way would you like us to
it's not a call, it's
Devil Man.
There's no stopping him.
That doesn't count as mentioning hell, right?
I don't know.
Maybe that's what they call
Devil Man.
Who's the
Devil Man, crybaby. Get that GoPro streaming.
That's what we've been hearing.
We can whisper. Okay, we'll whisper. I'm sorry for yelling. How are you doing? Are you okay?
If you don't mind, we're trying to.
Are you going to eat the Twinks?
Emerge.
Don't say hell. Don't say hell. Don't say hell.
Yes, please.
Are you okay with us being here?
See, there's the watch on his wrist.
Am I tripping, or did she say if you see something gray? When we were walking back,
gray?
She was telling me if you see.
You're in the middle of the night. Everything is practically gray. It's ASMR already? Why are you crying?
Something like
it's fine. We'll just keep it quiet. Oh, what's wrong, chat?
You remember what I saw last night?
Yeah.
Or what I kept picturing?
The gray nights. He's wearing gray. No, some of the vision just like it like washes out the colors, so they're not all wearing gray. Like he's wearing a camo crop top.
Outline, like of a person.
I just realized it's a crop top.
And then I thought I saw something next to the binoculars.
But most of the time they wear black. They mostly wear black.
I swear to God, but it was college. What are the odds of that?
I'm not counting flashbacks. I'm not counting flashbacks as like see something that nobody else saw.
Feel us? What is going on here?
Okay, so Wade has his phone on. That's the more normal voice. The Mortis voice is the one on his watch.
It'll show us that you're here.
He needs to update his vision from Windows Vista to Weedons 11. Weedons.
creepy. Distract.
Are they trying to distract us with these sounds?
Yeah, they're mostly wearing black.
Insist.
Wait.
Okay.
My last question was, is it okay if we're here?
Yeah.
Insist, like they insist. Or
Hold on a
it
second.
Insists. Approve. What? Where
Let me
did
do a
this
quick
entity
thing.
come from?
Snoot.
Is it the medicine man? The shaman?
The medicine man. A spoonful of sugar.
Are we allowed
Motherfucking Samsung piece of shit. Samsung. Frider, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Are you guys okay? What? I think she may have like feeling or like a thought.
Oh shit, I've clicked onto OBS. That's my bad. Have fishing game. You'd know she could have just texted you when she got home, right? Been like, I better check on. Wait, they have cell phone signal? They said before they didn't have cell phone signal, and that they usually put their phone on airplane mode. How did they get a text?
Whoa, that was weird.
Are they lying?
Shut the. I'm not kidding.
Shot.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was gonna say.
No.
She kept hearing.
No. Yeah.
There's
Shots?
Tommy.
And right here, I feel that there is a betrayal. I can hear like a popping sound. It feels like gunshots.
Yeah, but
Feels like gunshots.
Devil man again.
Yeah, Devilman and Crybaby. What's the deal here? Oh shit, I just spilled some. Hold on.
Oh, whoa.
Fuck. I just spilled some of my drink. I'll be back in a second.
Are you using our devices to gain energy? Who is the Devil Man? And where are they? This is trippy.
This is. Remember that same feeling that we felt last night?
Yeah.
It's happening. Feels like we're just in like a stillness.
I am having anxiety. Big.
The Devil Man, big. What I saw was taller than the
shrubs.
The tripod all the way at the max height.
Also, last night you said you saw somebody behind like the bush, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. It was next to the binoculars, in between the binocular and the bush, and the tripod all the way maxed is almost 7 feet. We were told that this land has had a lot of blood spilled and holds a lot of secrets.
Tranquility.
Stillness. Is it you guys that caused this strange feeling around us? Are you responsible for that? Were we right in assuming that you were trying to help us last night?
It is like oddly still. Exactly. Like very weird.
Going back to distract too, it's strange that, like, I don't know if you guys do, but every now and then it sounds like there's like a couple of 2 or 3 like footsteps, like something's just kind of going around and checking out.
Yeah.
And we were being told about the watchers, whatever's watching us. Every time I keep hearing it, it'll be.
What are you using?
What are you using?
Well, in this era, lots of things upgraded. Lots of things changed. So if you've never seen any of these, none of what we have is going to harm you. I promise.
Help
find me and then torture.
Oh.
Where are you?
These objects that we have is technology that will help us talk to you and see you. That's all it does.
Was that somebody else speaking? Help find me?
Maybe.
One of the many missing people?
Yeah. I mean, there's that missing poster literally as you enter.
All right, what happened? What did I miss?
Who exactly are you? Can you tell us your name? Maybe we can help.
It's not just
Oh my goodness.
many people who have gone missing.
So this was someone who
Sorry, committing alcohol abuse? No.
What exactly
I bumped the glass.
That's the big question. Lots of people want to know.
Okay, did I miss anything? Did we have another drink moment?
In modern times or close to it who have passed away here, if they go into that like
Modern
spirit
times?
world or realm,
Ow.
I wonder if they're able to like see or interact with the other things.
I stole another slice of pizza while I was up and grabbing stuff to clean with.
Well, there's also that thought, like last night, that this powerful entity is bringing them all to one area.
I just bumped it slightly. I mostly got it on my hands.
The darkness.
You gonna share it? No, it's mine.
You know what's even worse? Apparently the locals in the area.
It's a Supreme pizza.
Almost Judgment.
Oh, he has a separate watch. It's just hanging from his not duffel bag.
Especially the ones that
it's
live
Thin
around
Crust
the
Deluxe.
Superstition Mountains.
Oh.
There's like a saying that's very common, and it says, "Only the dead and darkness walk."
He'll get you.
Almost Judgment. They say only death and darkness walk the superstitions at night. I'm saying, like, be cautious of.
Okay, but you say darkness like darkness is bad. Like darkness isn't a natural force of the universe.
Only at night?
It's not only your watch. My camera's at 49.
No shit.
Yeah, 49.
Whatever it is, whoever it is using lots of energy.
Pepperoni, green peppers, mushrooms, onions, sausage. I think that's everything. There may be more, but I don't know what it is.
How much energy you have. So if you don't want to use the other devices,
explaining the EMF meter again, really, dude?
Shut up.
Guys?
Wait, why is the needle's not moving? Did you see that?
Can you do that again? Please? That was
okay.
One more time?
Thanks, Mortis.
Ancient.
Thanks, Mortis.
How long? That explains why we got asked. Like,
I mean, he did say centuries.
They don't know what these are.
Ethereal.
Is it true that this entire land is like one giant container for energy? There's different portals or doorways all over here?
Hold on a second.
That just spiked.
There we go. Snooze.
This is weird.
Now my mouse mat's kind of wet because I brought in a wet rag to try and clean it up.
Go off at all.
The Furmon? What is that?
Did you see that? You guys see that? Look.
Yeah.
What's happening? Do you see it flickering?
Is this smoking?
Weird.
Several entities.
Several.
Battery. Several
What?
entities. Battery. What?
Battery? I didn't even hear it. Wait, what?
All of that energy.
Dude, that is insane.
Hold on.
What?
Several.
Is this smoking?
Weird.
Several entities.
Several.
Oh, okay. It's because it's far away. It's because it's far away.
What?
So you
Several Marins spotted. Several.
Dude, that is insane.
Several entities.
You're not supposed to know about them.
Where should we go? Is there anywhere in specific that you
I spelled that because dyslexic. I meant that. Oh, the theremin. Gotcha. The waving your hands. The electromagnetic instruments.
That was loud.
Oh my goodness. The mini Eleanors? Yeah, the mini Eleanors.
Scream or something.
Jesus, why does my shoulder hurts?
Movement.
It's okay, come close.
Did doing those push-ups to just like wake up my fucking muscles after yesterday? Jesus.
I mean, that's where it started getting really heavy.
True, and that's also where they told us to leave from.
Exactly.
Chest hurts. I don't mean like I'm having a heart attack. I mean like muscle soreness, chest hurts. Jesus.
That's what it is. There's just something off about that area.
BRB errands, have good time. Oh, is it moving?
We should. Okay, my name is Ryan.
I mean, he had the camera kind of close to it.
Said last night.
We've come out
River? God, it's almost like your name is something crucial to human existence and not just a name.
To find out what really goes on here. I know we were told not to dig in the past, but we have to a little bit.
We want to help whoever. Good morrow.
Good morrow. Good morrow, chaps.
Brother.
We want to help whoever we can.
Brother.
You just gotta help us get
God damn it.
If you want to
I love these dorks.
Please. Or if this entity does not want
I get a massage nerd? I can't afford a massage. Massages are expensive. Granted, there are massage chairs in my gym. Wait, what was that?
We were being threatened last night.
Wait, why does that circle come in?
Last night.
Quick flash in the bushes? What?
Then where is the entity? We were being threatened last night.
There's nothing there. Okay, that's another nothing. Drink up, kiddos.
That spiked all the way to the red.
Did you just do that? Wait, you said the entity.
Are they close by?
What do you mean new word unlocked?
Can you touch that again if they are? If it's a yes?
Which word? Oh, this is no way from studying for the massages.
Can't spread over every egg.
No fun and enjoyment until we pay for the housing fund. We gotta get the housing fund moving. It's gotta be done. It's gotta be done.
I heard another growl. This is weird.
Can you show
Which part of it is weird?
We understand whoever this is very, very evil. We feel like last night when we were down in that valley,
the banks have all the money, so we should go rob a bank. Yeah.
This entity to where they threatened us.
Showing up when they said they saw something. True.
Wrong, but
thanks, Mortis.
Here. Whoa. Maybe we make our way back down there, because I feel like something
back down where?
Off over there.
That's another thing they don't do when they do these outside ones is they don't really like show their position.
We could even go deeper.
In like
take a while to get there.
Comparison to the mountain. Also, that giant saguaro they were standing next to. My ass would be like looking at that saguaro for so long, dude.
Where's this giant graveyard?
Not to mention saguaros are also homes to many species of bird nests. So some of the sounds they keep hearing could be coming from the saguaro cactus.
We have not used a REM pod in quite some time, but because of all of the movement that we were hearing last night and farther up the ridge where we just were, we decided to put all these different like motion sensors and proximity devices.
There's a lot of trees. There's a lot of trees. All right, though, chat. I have bad news. I have bad news. We're not going to be able to finish it. We're not going to... Jesus. Oh my God. It's gone straight to my head. But there's still an hour left to this. I'm not going to be able to survive that. And we are past 4 o'clock. So... the twinkle drinks. Okay, I will do you want me to finish? I still have half the drink here. I will finish the drink as recompense. Are you getting tipsy? I'm past tipsy, Hollow. I have basically a forming headache because I am past the point of feeling good. I will finish it if you want me to. Switch to water. Okay, we're not gonna have time to finish it though, because I need to end before 5. So we need to figure out somebody to raid. Let me move you over here. Where did OBS go? Oh, literally in front of me. I didn't even fucking notice it because I'm blind. All right, guys. We're not going to be back on this channel anytime this week. However, this week we are having Mage tomorrow, 11 p.m. over at Hectic's. Let me shout out Hectic. And then Sunday night, we're going to be over at GM's playing Vampire the Masquerade. But that's a gnome. House Flipper. Liza P. If you are new here, because we have a bunch of new people that have been hanging out, I highly recommend joining the Discord, you guys. Today's Thursday. I forgot to do the movie night last week. Unfortunately, though, I don't think we're going to be able to do the movie night tonight. I am already feeling tired. I don't think I have the energy to sit here and do a movie night with everyone. But I think we're going to end up raiding Salty Jub. Mecha break. All right. Yeah, we're going to do Salty Jub. Salty Jub. If y'all don't know who Salty Jub is, Salty's one of the best, honestly, crazy stylized artists I've seen on the internet. She's the one who did the art for Sigrid and Bird, as well as a lot of the art design for Hunter the Parenting, if you're a big fan of the World of Darkness. She is a gnome. She's a gnome grandma. But we need to find a raid message. What do we want to do for a raid message, you guys? Dead? Do we do dead? Couldn't survive Ghost Hunter drinking. Couldn't survive Ghost Hunter drinking games. Oh, whoops. Went off and I see why now. Hi. All right, y'all. I will see you tomorrow at Hectic's. Keep an eye if you're in the Discord. I will make an announcement then. If you're not there, I will hunt you down and skin you alive. Don't you fucking forget it. But until next time, guys, I will see you Monday here if you can't swing over to other people's streams. But thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Good night. I clicked the wrong thing.